Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a early start meeting here at 6:30 on November 17th. We wanted to have this extra time so that we could discuss the budget. So with that, I call the meeting to order. James, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Fred?
I'm here.
John? Dan? Okay, well, we have three, so that's a quorum. We're ready to go. Kurt, would you like to just remind everybody how public comment can happen, et cetera?
I'm sorry. Say again.
You want to do the public comment spiel about how people can call in or?
Well, sure. At this meeting, though, we have that listed there. And we just did that as a placeholder. So in the end, this meeting, we will not be having public comment for this unless the chair decides that you would like to, if we're done early, to do that. We will have any public comment that would be part of the 7:30 meeting when we have the budget. But that can certainly be to your discretion. The information as far as logging on is available on the agenda on the website.
Okay, so that's perfect. So that we'll see how far we get right now. But either way, the public will be allowed to comment during the regular meeting that will start at 7:30. So with that, Kurt, did you have any slides you wanted to present?
Sure. For everyone to be aware that Suzanne and I had spoken, and she thought maybe it would be useful to start this off with hold on.
Just want to let everyone know that John has joined, so we're up to 4.
Good evening.
I'm just, hold on.
Yeah.
This here.
Nope.
So what I'd like to start with this slide is just an overview of what we concluded with at the last meeting regarding essentially, I'll say highlights as far as the primary larger items that are in the presented budget that we covered on November 3rd. Obviously, you all can read those. However, as a reminder, the budget contemplates as part of the sewer sale, paying off the sewage and golf debt, which would result in a savings of about $4.1 million, a tax cut of $500,000, an estimated 2022 year-end fund balance of just a shade under $3.2 million, the road loan program that we discussed, which would result in an additional paving allocation of $1.5 million, an overall paving plan encompassing 59 roads and over 11.4 miles of paving. From a staff perspective, hiring a fire services director, a planner, a full-time pool manager, and an administrative assistant in the Park and Rec program. Upgrading the reorganization of the planning department into the community development department, and upgrading our code software, upgrading the website, upgrading the video and camera capabilities for public meetings. That money would be predominantly provided through our cable franchise agreements, which is also going to be a point of discussion at the 7:30 meeting for the Comcast deal. Repairing the community park tennis courts, over 4,400 linear feet of the township trails. As a reminder, we've been doing that every year. We have a 3-year plan that's also in the budget. Carryover projects of the completion of the multi-use trail, the Big Oak Road signalization project. We've created a new 3-year traffic light maintenance plan to repair traffic lights throughout the township. The purchase of 4 police cars, 4 motorcycles, and the renovation of the 2nd floor of the township building. This would all be provided through American Rescue Plan funding that we can talk about. A golf course with a positive operational balance of over $831,000, with provisions to repay the general fund for assistance over the last number of years, repaying the golf course debt, which would be paid off as suggested with the plan, and setting aside funds for long-term capital recreation needs, as well as long-term golf course needs. There still would be over $1.7 million in the American Rescue Plan Fund, which would be predominantly reserved for various stormwater improvement programs. We have several years to spend that money. A sewage proceeds account that would still have over $20 million left in it. So I do want to reiterate, because I got several calls, so everyone is aware, that I think is important to restate, is that none of what is presented in the budget in terms of spending is coming from sewage proceeds. There is a $3 million deposit that we received in December of last year that is still sitting in there to be utilized to boost our fund balance, which is one of the goals that at least we had talked about, that I had talked about, in getting our bond rating restored. And other than paying the debt and paying the consultants, no other sewage proceeds, sale proceeds money are contemplated for projects in the budget. So that's all I have with that, the chair, and I will turn that back to you.
Thank you, Kurt. And with that, for people who are following at home, I would remind you that the budget is on the township website. It's searchable. It's been there for over 2 weeks. So I hope you have had a chance, and will continue to have a chance to look at it as we move forward tonight. So with that, I'm going to open it up for questions. And James, I'm going to start with you. Did you have anything you wanted to talk about in terms of the budget?
Yeah, Kurt, there was just a couple questions that I had for you, specifically about the Parks and Recs hiring for the pool manager. I just want to get clarification around that. The millage for that salary is going to be, or I guess the funds for that salary is going to be mostly out of membership costs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the remaining would be millage from Parks and Recs, correct?
Correct. You want me to outline that a little bit?
Yeah, if you would, just kind of give me some feedback on exactly how that's going to be structured.
So particularly in Park and Rec, we try to be fairly precise. And we've even done this in what we still have as the sewage fund. That, as an example, we have other employees in Park and Rec who a part of their pay and benefits is assigned to that Park and Recreation Fund or millage, and some to the pool as an example. So with a full-time pool manager, if we would estimate that that person would be spending, let's say, 9 months specifically on pool-related items, that's what we've budgeted. 75% of that person's time would be assigned to the pool, with 25% of the time assigned to the Park and Rec budget. Now, after a year or so, if that needs to be reallocated, where maybe it's 10 months or something different, we would be fluid with that and move that. But I think the idea is for the position that, as stated at the last meeting, that position is getting increasingly everywhere, hard to fill. People who are pool managers, aquatics directors, and all of these titles tend to go where it's warm all year long. And a lot of the pools around that have had long time pool managers that are seasonal, as they retire, it is hard to find replacements. And we're always scrambling to do that. And the idea would be, in the end, by having a full-time person, because a lot of that work starts in February with hires and backgrounds. And we do a lot of things in the last number of years that we had not done in previous years. Drug testing, applicants coming in, full background investigations, coordinating with the chief of police, that we're having a harder and harder time when that person, we can't get them on until April or so. The rest of the staff is really strained to handle that stuff. So that's the reason for the position primarily. But the way it's divvied up would be 75% of the associated cost with that position directly from the pool, 25% from the Park and Rec Fund.
Okay, excellent. And the other question I had was about the full-time planner, I believe is the title.
Okay.
Can you just elaborate again on what the function of that position is and how it benefits, the township as far as, where we are today and kind of what we're predicting the future is going to be with building and expansion in the township.
Sure. So I'm going to first start by, hold on, let me see if I have. I want to first start by sharing a slide if I could.
Sure.
And this will be for the pool as well. Hold on one second. Excuse me. So as a point of comparison, I just would like to point out, I gave some examples, and I'm going to do this for Park and Rec, James, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So the position itself, I think there was a caller that had said, boy, we're mostly built out. Why do we need this? So, you know, we have 4 staff members for our department. And those departments aren't just doing large scale developments. They're doing day-to-day permits. We're getting this year, I actually went back and looked. The last meeting, I think I had said we'll have about 2,300 permits this year. That number was an underestimation. The number is going to be over 2,500 permits. Now, I don't have permits listed up here, but just as a point of comparison, the most recent data, I could kind of discount 2020 with COVID, you know, in 2019, Northampton had about 2,400 permits. Middletown had 2,000 permits. I like to point to Solberry as just it's not really a comparable community, but I'm going to make the point. They have residents with high expectations of service, and they staff the department, even though it's less than 9,000 people, to accommodate those needs. So for us to go to 5 people to have a planner, I don't think seems to be disproportionate. I still think we're very low. The purpose of that planner is going to be, you know, if we reconfigure the department where we have a staff member, and it would not be a new hire, it would be a repurpose of an existing code enforcement officer to be the building code official, and to have the building inspections company that we have report to him, where he would be the building code official for the township. Now, to do that as well, he does certain zoning permits. We have sewer lateral permits that sort of are going to everybody, that in the end, that planner would facilitate some of the project reviews, the coordination with the engineering office, with reviews, with escrows. Frankly, in the township now, we all know I have an administrative assistant. My administrative assistant is responsible for financial securities, escrow releases for projects and have you, and it's not even in the planning department because we don't have staff to even accommodate that. So we're having essentially my assistant handle those things. This new planner would handle those technical little reviews, turning permits around. You know, I want to say, you know, in the end, we would want to be able to turn around permits, all permits in 5 to 10 days. We have a difficult time doing that. We have 2,500 permits and essentially Mr. Majewski and an administrative assistant doing all of it. It also would allow that hiring a planner to allow Mr. Majewski, in my opinion, to do what he's really, really good at. And we've seen what he's really good at. It is taking a macro approach to stormwater and to grant writing and to all of the things that he does. All other departments call on Mr. Majewski as well because we're so short-staffed. Park and Rec does, Public Works does. This will allow him to serve much more in that oversight role. As I say, Jim Majewski in the planning department is everything except the janitor. And if we're going to end up having a department that serves people well, when we're doing 2,500 permits a year, you know, Middletown does 2,500 permits a year. They have 8 staff members. We have 4. So for me, the primary driver of that is to be able to serve the township's permitting needs in an efficient way. And if I go to the second slide, and I just want to point this out, even though we've already talked, James, about Park and Rec, you know, I'll point out the same sort of comparison. If you look at a comparison of Lower Makefield and our neighboring towns. If you look at the number of park facilities that we also have a pool, an indoor facility, a dog park, a nature preserve, and we have 4 staff members. 4 staff members is what Newtown has. 6, Northampton has 8 staff members. We're essentially talking about adding 2 to put us at 6. But if you look at the acreage of the parks and everything that we have, I believe it's warranted. So for me, in both of these positions, it is just about getting our staffing to a point that can accommodate the growth that we've seen. And in Park and Recreation, I'll remind everybody, we have added a community center, we have added a dog park, we have added additional programming. We have increased requirements and regulatory requirements for preparing staff for the pool, and we've never really expanded the staff. It's the same thing for the planning department. So to me, it's the culmination of all of those things that has led to both of these recommendations to do so.
So,
And just,
James,
sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm being told that the slides aren't seen on TV. Is there any way that we can make it so that the slides would be viewable to the people watching at home?
Dave, is that right? Hold on.
It's showing up on my screen.
You watching on TV too, James? You're
No,
watching
I'm
yourself?
sorry. Just on the presentation screen now. Not this time.
Do you have any Tums? Any Portland storm? To the baseball guy.
Is that being seen now? It's on TV now?
This is
Let me check, and then I'll
our
go back.
attempt to show that we need additional funding. Okay, we're good now.
We're good. Okay. So Kurt, just a quick follow-up to the first part of that, the planning, hire. Right now, you said, the idea for a service level agreement is you want to be right around 5 to 10 business days for turning a permit around. Can you give me an idea where you are right now?
10
Roughly?
to 10 to 15.
Okay. And are you getting a decent amount of pushback from contractors, obviously, from that?
I mean, on occasion, I will tell you, in the end, at least in regards to building permits and inspections and what have you, the new inspections company we've hired has a much deeper bench as far as providing us staff to be out in inspections. And for the most part, those concerns or complaints have, for the most part, gone away. But as an example, we didn't elect, we were required to do sewage lateral inspection permits. We're doing 50 to 60 of those a month. That is a requirement that we had with our 537 plan that even with the sale of the sewer system, we'll have to continue to do. Staff does a great job in keeping up with it, but in the end, everybody is stretched to try to give the best service possible.
And just and you may or may not know the answer to this, somebody who's staffed at 8 or 9, say Middletown or Falls, do you know where they're running as far as, turnaround time on those permits?
5 to 10 days.
So right in that, so that's kind of the sweet spot. The 5 to 10 days is pretty, that's where we want to be, I guess.
That would be what I would argue is a general benchmark that you would have as a guide for serving the public.
Got it. Okay. That's all I had, Suzanne. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. And
Just for the public as well, Suzanne, so this was the slide that we had, if you couldn't see it on TV, for Park and Rec. Just as a comparison, quite frankly, if I was to make a side comment here, not that it's relevant to us, Middletown staff I think is, has a lot that it has to deal with as well with 4 people. So, but for us, Middletown doesn't have a pool, but we do. And we're talking about one of those staff members facilitating the pool. So, but that's where we are.
Thank you. John, do you have anything?
Sure. So maybe we'll start with the planner discussion. I think some of my concern is that the township's almost nearly built out. There's only really one large scheduled development. A lot of the tasks that the planner has been tasked with are already well handled by Jim. So I want to understand a little better where the breakdown is, meaning that where the operational issues are. And when you tell me that the mean time for a building permit is between 10 and 15 days, is it 10 days or 15 days? Is it 5 or 10? Do we have a number on what the average is across the building permit time?
I have not. I mean, we've done 2,500 various permits. They're not all building permits, right? Some of these
Right.
permits. So again, the planner per se isn't a planner. If you think back in years ago, there was a lot of consulting firms that had planners. Those planners basically just were reviewing big project plans when they came in. Similar to, for example, like the way Andy and Remington Vernick does from an engineering perspective. We're not talking about those. We're talking about someone who would assist with day-to-day things, from everything from people who are going for permits with decks, with sheds, with sewage laterals. And first off, I'll say this respectfully, Jim is handling a lot of this stuff. It is just beyond, in my opinion, the capability of one person, essentially, because you have a code enforcement officer as the other, to be overseeing this level of work, including the occasional larger development plan. So in the end, as far as having a functioning department, quite frankly, for a town this size, it's the smallest planning department I've ever seen. And in the end, it's those day-to-day things that end up being problematic, not the review for Wegmans or the review for the Morazzo project. It's those smaller size permits and questions and things that come in. I mean, there's times Jim will have, quite frankly, 25 voicemail messages on his phone in one day. And in the end, the ability to have a responsive staff qualified to answer some of these questions. So Jim's role can be a macro role to oversee things and not, in my opinion, sort of the tediousness of some of these things that can take a considerable amount of time was the motivation for that.
So did we consider other consulting arrangements with folks that could perhaps help us with overflow in this case? And if so, did we do a cost benefit analysis of those options?
I did not do a cost benefit analysis because for the most part, most of the planning positions that consultant firms have no longer exist. And I'm not looking for a consultant to do big plan reviews. We're looking to have a permanent 40-hour-a-week person sitting in here to do the work on the day-to-day and not just specific larger project reviews.
So do we save anything from existing contracted services if we hire the planner? And if so, how much would we save from contracted services?
There would not be a savings. It would be reduced. It would be to reduce the workload of existing staff.
Okay, so there's another entry in the budget that requests $75,000 to update our permitting software for
Correct.
online request approval of building permits. Now, does that have a workflow functionality within that?
So hold on. So in terms of that, would it be more efficient to process? Of course it would be. It would also have complaint software, what have you. But that still doesn't preclude the requirement of staff needed to sit and facilitate those items. So, I mean, if you want to Jim can talk about specifically the functionality of that software and how it helps, if that's what you're asking.
Well, yeah, the reason I ask is, and I think, in the past, we've had significant issues with throughput in the building department, response time, and that's many years ago. It was significantly worse. It has improved, and perhaps because of COVID, we've had increased demand. But my question is, if we have the software that drives the process in terms of allowing people to request online and get a workflow process with it, does that potentially save us the cost of hiring an additional person? And the other question is, how much or how far out are we? So when I get a range, well, we're 10 to 15, others are 5 to 10. Is it 10 or 15 or 5? Or is it 7 or 8 or 9? If we understood what the wait times would be and the trade-offs for that, we could better communicate that, hey, we're hiring this person because we don't want you to wait 5 days for a building permit, or we think we can reduce it by X.
So let me start with the first thing, and I will let Jim talk about that. But I would like to make a second point. And that is, in the end, even if we're a day or 2 days out or whatever Jim will say, and Jim, I'm going to say this and I don't want you to respond. I can't have Mr. Majewski working 7 days a week, in here all day Saturday, in here all day Sunday, in here, and in part, even if the range in that we believe is de minimis, and Jim can answer, I don't know the answer to that question, he can. I don't know that we can continually rely that the staff that we have that are willing to put in those hours could function, at essentially 99% RPMs all the time. And that is part of the issue with such a lean staff, particularly in this area. But Jim, I don't know if you can pull, Dave, if you can get Jim here. Jim is at the podium to answer that question. Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead, Jim. It's on.
Okay, good. Yeah, the software that we're looking into getting, and we've been demoing a bunch of different companies who have software. Primarily, they're permitting type software. They do building permits. They also have the capability of doing numerous other types of permits and licenses that we have. And right now, our permit time, as Mr. Ferguson said, is like 10 to 15 days. And we actually have ones go up to 30, 45 days because we have ones that somehow slip through the cracks. The permit softwares that we've been working on, they do have the workflow feature where when stuff comes in, it's a little bit automated in that it'll automatically, depending on the type of permit you put in, it will go ahead and assign the task to whomever needs to review it. They need zoning review, you need building review, sometimes you need engineering review, and also you need the administrative review on our end in-house in the township to go ahead and make sure that, is there anything special about this? Is it in the floodplain? Is it in the historical district? What needs to be done for, let's say, a house that's a new home in a development where we collect fees and we need to make sure that certain items are taken care of. So the workflow feature is one of the big selling points of all of these softwares. And that's just so that we could be more efficient. A lot of times people submit permits and they don't know where they stand. We've had people say, I submitted a permit 8 weeks ago and I haven't heard back. And quite frankly, we're supposed to respond back to them within 3 weeks maximum. And, we shouldn't rely on people having to call us to find out what the status of a permit is. So that's one of the big features. It automates some of our work that we do. In other words, we don't have to type in all the information from a permit. Most of these, the applicants will type in their own information. They'll type in who they are, what type of work they're doing. And it has a nice little feature on most of them where you can have like a decision tree of, well, what am I doing? What type of permit? So it'll lead you into submitting the proper information, uploading the proper plans, reports, insurances that are necessary for us to review and issue a permit. Other features of the software are code enforcement, where citizens, it'll have a porthole that'll be on our website where they just go in, they could do a permit. If they have an issue, a complaint, a question, they could submit that electronically. And that could be routed through the township to whoever would be deemed the appropriate person to answer that, whether it's administration, Mr. Ferguson, Public Works, the police, planning, zoning, code enforcement, building inspection. And right now we take complaints on a piece of paper and then we give it to people. And, you know, it kind of works, but we don't have that tracking system. We sort of use a spreadsheet to track it. And there are things that occasionally get lost. We have one person doing code enforcement for our entire community, whereas most other communities have 2, 3, 4 code enforcement people going around making sure that things are being properly addressed and taken care of by our residents, and to deal with complaints and issues. Back to Mr. Ferguson's point about needing an extra person, the planner also would assist with code enforcement duties too. Right now, when our code enforcement officer goes on vacation or is out sick for a day, then I have to jump into the code enforcement aspect of it, or we have to get someone else involved, either pay our consultants, which we prefer not to do if we can help it.
Thank you, Tim.
In terms of this, the title may be planner, right? But it seems like it doesn't fit a traditional planner role in terms of what's being expected of the person. Is that correct?
Hold on, if I could answer this. It's not fit the traditional role in terms of the way consultants have done planning, in terms of just reviewed big plans when they came in. However, it is not inconsistent with the role that staff planners have had within local governments, because, you know, again, most towns are not just having large scale projects. That planner function is I almost want to say like sort of a hybrid position of many different things, including code enforcement and plan review and coordination and stormwater and all of those things. So it is not typical of the way a consultant planning firm in the more recent past, meaning 10 years, has functioned, but it is more consistent with towns that have had a staff planner as part of their staff.
And I guess I'm wondering here a little bit, because before hiring a person, you'd want to know exactly what your process breakdowns are. And it seems like our throughput time is an issue with building permits. Our tracking is an issue with building permits. Those seem to be very base level administrative tasks that the software in theory could resolve and potentially reduce, our cost to serve people, so that potentially the role of the planner may be something more of an administrative assistant or clerk in a way to reduce the cost of follow-up calls and those sorts of things. So if you started to think about all those processes before hiring somebody, we could fix the process in terms of what's expected and making sure that it's as much as possible automated and processed in a tracked manner.
I mean, again, if you want me to respond to that, I will. We have a staff of 2 administrative assistants and 2 essentially decision makers and staff makers. In the end, I would still argue in the end that a town of our size, having 1 code enforcement officer and a director of planning with the volume of things that we're doing, even if things are more efficiently run through updated software, there are still decisions and follow-up that need to be done. Just because we can efficiently take the application, the permit still needs to be issued. There still needs to be questions that are answered. As part of that, there are still calls that need to be returned, not just is my permit done, but I have all of these questions with that again, I think that we did think about those things, that the recommendation was for a town this way, that we would work to create a job description that was encompassing to include a variety of different gaps that we were seeing under the header of planner. Because in the end, that person still will be a planner, that if there are development plans coming in, they'd be doing zoning reviews, they'd be working along with the engineering firm to do large scale reviews, whether that be something that we think of that we got underway now, or new projects, infill development, what have you. So.
Okay.
And then talking a little bit more about some other stuff here, you've included $50,000 for website enhancements. Has the Electronic Media Advisory Council consulted for what the proposed enhancement requirements have been at all? Have they had a chance to review that?
There's not been, so we've budgeted a certain amount of money that has not been with a specific outline. I think we all have ideas as department heads do as far as what they would like to see in terms of functionality and information, but there's not been an RFP drafted as far as the scale and scope of that at this point. No.
So has the township staff developed a list of sort of the most frequent citizen interactions by phone, by email, by website, or in-person visit to say, well, you know, what's our goal with a website redesign? Is it to provide citizens with access and ability to complete public business without visiting or calling the township? Is that the primary goal?
The primary goal is to update what we believe is an antiquated website. So in the end, we have not done a full staff engagement because, quite frankly, we're so lean on staff. We've not sat, we're not going to sit and engage in such a way until we know that there's.
But what makes the website antiquated in your mind?
It's clunky.
I don't think we have to debate it, but I think that actually the group of citizens.
I
you
think
just
it's a
referenced
fair
have
question,
said-
however.
I think they have issued a report, the group that you just referenced, that they think it is out of date. I'm sorry, Fred, yes?
Pardon, I don't think I yielded the floor.
I just want to answer your question, John.
Sure.
Because I'm the liaison for the EMAC. There's been 2 meetings recently to address the website specifically.
Right.
And, excuse me?
Yeah, go ahead.
And the committee has pointed out numerous weaknesses in the current program in the website. And we have, with the help of Dave Keller and Josh, we're putting that together, and the committee is hopefully at their next meeting will give us more specifics.
If I may also add, the goal isn't to just spend $50,000. The goal is to have a pot of money sitting there so an RFP can be developed to address the update to the website could be considerably less. But it is to allow this to move forward where we can go with department heads, with the committee, what have you, to develop and outline a series of improvements that could be made to the website. That's the goal.
The reason I asked the questions are, obviously the website does have some flaws. I know the search issue is not working, search functions not working effectively, and part of that's how data is stored on there. But the reason why I'm asking the questions is that the investments that we make should have and drive a return on investment for citizens. So to the extent that we can allow citizens to conduct their business online and have, for example, one access point to execute all of their business with the township, including potentially even payments, we reduce our cost to serve our citizens, and we reduce the amount of questions that we get from them, and we improve their general experience with the township. So that's why I'm asking the question. If you're thinking about things that are citizen relationship management systems, right, that seem to overlap what you're talking about in the permitting software, there's an overlap of functions here. And it's, I think, important before we make an investment or issue an RFP, is to develop a generalized strategy for what exactly we're looking to drive in terms of value for the community. So, for example, we have a community pass system right now, which is very effective in many ways, but has some issues associated with it. How does that fit into the strategy of how we address people and allow them access to government services online?
Thank you. Anything else?
Agreed.
Yes. I asked a question. Is there a plan to integrate and think about how community pass would work potentially as well?
There's no plan. So at this point, I've asked for $50,000 to be budgeted so we can develop what is needed for that website, what makes sense, what is the most efficient way to address all of these issues, to develop an RFP to meet the desired goals of all of those participants involved in the most efficient way.
And then continuing along lines on some additional questions, what's our estimated unfunded OPEB liability or other post-employment benefits liability that we anticipate now and perhaps at the end of 2022?
I don't have that. I don't have that number in front of me.
Okay. Do we have we thought about a plan to address that unfunded liability?
For this budget?
Yes.
No, we have that has been paid for, as most municipalities do, out of the medical insurance line that's in your budget.
Okay. And then along the same lines, unfunded pension liability, where were we? Were we in the 80s when we last reviewed this with the auditor?
Yeah, the police pension is somewhere around 78%. The non-uniform pension is around 89%.
So combined, we're somewhere in the 80s. I guess my thought is, given the pension investments can earn a market rate of return, why aren't we fully funding our pension liability so that we make sure that A, that doesn't grow over time, and B, the money that we have in that, say, 20 million is such that it's not earning a sterile rate of return?
Well, the $20 million I did is for a future discussion, I would presume, in terms of next year, not part of the budget. Second, in terms of budgeting in a year to year to fund the pension plan, that pension plan has many layers of controls on it, including our own actuary and the auditor general in the state, where they then come up with what is the funding that is needed to pay the current pensioners and do the census to determine what the long-term costs would be. In the event that there was a shortfall that the actuary and the auditor general deemed would put us in distress, they would require us to increase what that annual minimum municipal obligation would be. Communities have various levels of distress if they're underfunded. Our distress level is 0. So I did not contemplate putting money into either of those pension plans since we've been deemed healthy and adequate by both the actuary and the auditor general of the state.
But in general, and we've had this discussion previously, you're generally appreciate the difference in the rate of return that funding a pension liability would be versus just what we can invest in as a second-class township, correct?
John, I would ask you to
Benefit.
limit the conversation to the budget and not for potential spending of the sewer money should it go through.
But
which would
it's
be
directly related to the
2022.
budget as it's a line item. So
So I'm happy to answer that question. So in the end,
We'll
no,
just
I would
finish
never
one sentence
consider
and I'll
that.
be happy.
I would never consider that, because in the end, funding a pension that is essentially deemed healthy would be putting, or overfunding a pension, in the end, doesn't have a direct economic benefit to the township, because if there was an underfunding of the pension, the actuary and the auditor general would tell us that we need to increase the level of MMO over a period of time to make sure there's never going to be a run on the pension. So in the end, I would have never considered that, only because in the end, that's what the point of the MMO is every year, to make sure it's adequately funded.
yeah, that MMO is sort of a minimum baseline. So if moving on to another question, what items were not included in the budget that were requested by department heads that ranked highest but didn't make the cut?
Nothing. I work all year long. I do not ask. I work with budget directors. They did not give me a separate wish list. I meet with them throughout the year to go over long-term needs. So for example, there's a 3-year trail plan. There is a 3-year road plan. Mr. Hucklebridge has talked every year from the Public Works Department on what equipment he would need and when. And we put those items in based upon what the funding of the township is, because they're all in different particular funds, to provide those items in there. So might the recreation director say she has 6 or 7 or 10 long-term goals? I'm sure she does, and I'm sure Greg does. But in the end, my job is to pare those things down, to work with the department heads on what the needs are as far as highest and greatest need, and to include those in the budget.
But obviously, when they presented stuff to you, there were things that you deemed not highest need. right?
No.
So everything that they requested was then included in the budget.
So they were given a certain threshold as far as what was available, and they provided then what would fit that need to be able to be within those boundaries.
Okay. Moving on to the office phone system, and I've noticed phone costs throughout the entire budget in different areas. Are we still on a old style PBX system, or have we moved to voice over IP?
We're on an old system.
Okay. Have we considered moving to voice over IP with, and again, we've already made an investment in the Office 365. Potentially, there's an opportunity to use, say, Microsoft Teams and reduce costs significantly there. Has that been explored?
Not this year, no.
Okay. I've gotten some staff concerns about the condition of the township building's HVAC system. Is there a plan to replace or modernize it?
Well, the current cost for that is about $1.4 million. So there is not a current plan in place under the current funding structure to be able to do that. So we have been, I'm not sure who the staff that's been directing their complaints to you. I deal with the staff regarding, for example, in my office, when it's 10 degrees outside, I have to open the window because it's so hot in there. And when it is 100 degrees outside, I have to open the window because it's so cold in there. So the system itself is antiquated, aged, and will require a complete redo and an entirely new system sometime in the future that was not contemplated in this year's budget.
So we know that that's a potential contingent liability. Do we have any rough idea what we're losing every year in terms of energy efficiency from that? And is that something that could be handled with the COVID, pardon me, the COVID monies?
No, COVID monies would not be, that is not an allowable use for, if you're talking about rescue plan funding, it is not an allowable use.
So on the fire director's work, how much of the proposed fire director's work was being done by other staff or contractors in an existing situation? Meaning that there are fire inspections and things like that. So if you hire a fire director, you save potentially some costs in other areas of the organization.
So most of those items are not being addressed by staff, which is part of the issue. Annual fire inspections, commercial inspections are being done by a part-time person that would be incorporated into that. So that savings I would estimate to be about $20,000.
Okay, so there is some savings associated with the fire director's total costs aren't going to be 100%. In terms of one of the things that we looked at when we had testimony from the volunteer fire companies, we learned that the number one issue they faced was attracting new volunteers. And it seems like if I looked at the position description, solving that problem isn't necessarily the primary role of the fire director's duties. And fortunately, I don't know if you can see, I got this lovely direct mail piece, which I think was wonderful for folks at home. If you haven't thought about volunteering for the Yardley Makefield Fire Company, you should definitely do that. One of the things that we heard was that they were 10 volunteers short. Has there been a discussion at all to develop a marketing plan to work with the Yardley Makefield Fire Company and perhaps fund them getting additional volunteers?
Has there been a discussion? I've had that discussion with them for 3 years. So in the end, the question though, isn't just that we get 10 volunteers and the problem is solved. That helps, but there are times of day where there's shortfalls. There's an acknowledgement even in other towns that recruit volunteers of typical limitations in the times of day when people are working. So I've had ongoing discussions with the chief, with the president of the fire company, with the deputy chief, as they've done a number of things, include offering financial incentives and a variety of other things that are, I mean, if you looked at the report that I had sent from the Bucks County Planning Commission, I mean, this is going on everywhere. You have townships now who frankly have no volunteers or 1 or 2 volunteers. And we're about there. And I think in the end, the job description that was put together for the fire chief is not to minimize the need to assist with volunteers, But there are so many things that that position needs to do in terms of facilitation, where there's shortfalls, where there's gaps, expanding mutual aid, reporting to the township regarding concerns of that sort, fire-related inspections, commercial reviews, that is one part of it, but it is a job well beyond just that.
So along those lines with mutual aid, is there a potential that if we're providing support for other communities, have we talked to the county at all about how funding for fire directors, because we have this issue throughout Bucks County, right? Is there a way that we could perhaps coordinate resources with the county that we previously hadn't thought of?
Well, I mean, to me, that would involve the county hiring full-time paid firefighters. I mean, there's not a county volunteer fire force. And I think the goal of hiring a paid chief is to do everything possible to avoid having to go to a paid department. You're increasingly seeing combination departments in Newtown and Northampton and Warrington. And the goal of the position is to be ahead of a potential problem where we're so short on volunteers that we can't get to a fire call. So I think in the end, I would say the fire service director, one of his responsibilities would be to do just that, John, would be to talk with the county, to look for opportunities beyond just working with neighboring departments to see, can there be a regional volunteer force? Where could that be? Where could we have stations? How would those calls? You may have other towns that have shortfalls at particular times of day that we don't, and vice versa, that we could do expanded mutual aid agreements. I think there's a variety of options. It would not be reasonable to assume that volunteers who are, the average volunteer during the day being in their 70s is going to have time to sit and do that to the extent the township would expect with a full-time person to try to explore all those possibilities.
And then moving on a little bit, how many yard waste drops have we budgeted for this year?
I think it's 9 days.
Okay. And how much would it cost to give us, say, another 9?
About $2,400 a day.
Okay. That doesn't seem too unreasonable. It does seem like something that's been brought up frequently. Is there a reason why we've kind of stuck with the 9 and haven't looked at potentially expanding that at all?
Staffing limitations. It's not just about staffing the people. We have to remove everything that comes in. We have to pay to have that removed. We have to stay on top of that. We have a certain number of guys that then have to go out and chip all of that stuff and clean up that stuff and get that stuff picked up by either contractors, which is increasingly rare, or to deliver it to another place. I think other tasks that we have as far as directing the staff, we've increasingly moved to having Saturdays to staff working on inlets and road repairs. That is overtime. And in my opinion, that overtime would be better directed on roads and inlets and things that we've authorized versus additional recycle yard day collections.
Mm-hmm. And looking at the general fund revenues, the Fund 01, the page 2, we're seeing some declines in administrative fees. Yet we're increasing in zoning permits, vacant property registrations, electrical permits. Is that just movement between different funds, meaning we're reallocating revenue into different areas?
I'm not reallocating funds. If you have a specific question, I'm happy to address it.
Yeah, this would be like Department 361 of accounts, 320, 331, 336, 337, 351. Those have just significant increases. The dollar amounts aren't super large, but there just seems to be a little changes in there. So some of them seem to be plot plan review fees are increasing. I'm wondering if that's development related. Electrical permits, zoning permits, those all seem driven by what we anticipate is continued redevelopment in the community. Is that
not necessarily? I think a lot of those fees tend to be smaller size projects that have been driven in large part by people making improvements to their homes or properties as far as driving that number versus large scale developments.
Yeah, no, that certainly makes sense there. And wanted to kind of continue on that vein a little bit, just going through. And some of the expenditures, we have a really dramatic increase in engineering fees. appearing in Fund 01, Department 400. What's driving that?
01400.
Yeah, it's account 313.
Engineering fees being $125,000. Well, we have different expenses. We have the road program. We have
Okay.
Andy and the guy, they're engaged on a variety of different things. Stormwater, we got a lot going on.
Yeah.
John, are you almost done? Because we're about to butt up on time. So I'm happy to extend it so you can finish.
Yeah, I mean, the anticipation was that we'd be able to ask questions. So I wanted to continue on those lines and make sure that we get a good understanding of some of the stuff within the budget. So,
Yes, so the question is, are you almost done? And so
I
that
hope I'm not.
we should continue, or should we stop and then start the meeting and then continue later? Are you almost done?
Well, I think I have a significant, some additional questions. Some of the answers are often longer than I anticipated. So
You are not almost done? How many more questions? do you
under
have?
your metric, probably not.
It's such a joy, John. Okay, well then let's just pause because we have the officers and their
I didn't
families
hear
here.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
We're at time, so we're going to pause this portion of the meeting. We have the officers here and their families. So
Okay.
we will stop this portion of the meeting, start the regular meeting, and resume at the appropriate agenda time.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, this is exciting. I'm now going to begin the meeting of the Board of Supervisors meeting of November 17th, 2021. Yeah, I got that right. We're going to flip things a little bit around. I'd ask everyone to please join with me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And just for technical compliance, I once again call the roll. Fred, are you here?
I'm here.
James, are you here?
I'm here.
John?
Yes, I'm here.
Dan?
Present, yes.
Excellent. All right, so we have a full quorum. We're going to flip the agenda a little bit and move right along for a second to what is listed as number 8, because we have a full house of officers and their family. Some people who might be butting up upon bedtime. So with that, Chief, can I turn it over to you?
Well, I know you have a long agenda tonight, so I promise you I'll only sing a few songs. I won't be too long, but if you have any requests, don't hesitate to throw them my way. First, let me say hello to all our residents who are here tonight, those watching from home, our family and friends of the officers. Thank you very much for being here tonight. We all appreciate it very much. I also would like to thank, before we begin, is the Board of Supervisors. Board of Supervisors have shown their willingness to meet all of our officers regularly and to be part of our police department. And they have, over the years, supported our department to ensure that we have the very best progressive, professional department that we can have to protect the citizens of our community. So I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors, and please give them a round of applause, because without their support, we would not be here tonight. I also wanted, just for your information, this is a hybrid meeting, and what we mean by hybrid meeting is some are in attendance here in our meeting room, and some are in attendance at home. So I want to introduce for you our Board of Supervisors that are here tonight, starting with Chairperson Suzanne Blundy, Fred Weiss, and at home we have Supervisor Dan Grenier, James McCartney, and Supervisor John Lewis. Okay, we also have here tonight our solicitor, Dave Truelove, and our fantastic township manager, Kurt Ferguson. So if you would, a round of applause for our supervisor and our manager. Thank you. You know, first, I want to tell you that as all the duties that I have as a chief of police, one of my proudest moments and one of my happiest duties are to watch the advancement of great officers throughout the ranks of this department. Also, to bring on new officers, new recruits to our ranks. So for the officers that are here tonight and our new recruits, welcome. I see you're wearing the uniform of Lower Makefield's finest. And I must say, you look marvelous in uniform, okay? However, this uniform is a symbol of all of us. It's a symbol of our township, it's a symbol of the community, and it's a symbol of police officers throughout our country and the world, okay? So you have been entrusted by our township officials with the privilege and honor of being a supervisor in a officer in Lower Makefield. With that comes a great deal of responsibility, okay? You have our trust, you have our commander's trust in you, and you have our township officials' trust in you. Now it is up to you. It is your responsibility to go out every day when you perform your duties and meet our residents and our citizens and gain their trust and gain their respect. That is your responsibility. And I hope you will do that every day in a very long and hopefully rewarding career. As for our newly promoted corporal and our command staff, you are here because you have been proven to be successful in your careers. Okay, you are experienced, you bring a great deal of knowledge, and you have great leadership abilities. But most importantly, you're here because I believe in you. I believe you'll carry out your duties enthusiastically. You will carry out your duties with pride. And every day you will lead by example, and you will inspire every officer under your command. Congratulations, and congratulations to you also. Now, anyone who wears a uniform knows that you cannot do this job. It's impossible without the love and the support of family and friends. That's why you're all here today, to support your officers and your family members. So it's a long time tradition in policing to have a family member present rank insignias to newly promoted officers and badges to newly hired officers. So at this point, I'm going to ask Detective Sergeant Brian Onler to please call forward each of our new officers and promotees and their families, and I will present their family with a badge to give to their officer.
Thank you, Chief. Our first officer is Officer Brendan Montemarano. Officer Montemarano, if you could please come forward. Officer Montemarano is a resident of nearby Falls Township, and he has attended Rider University. Officer Montemarano has always had a desire to become a police officer, and he furthered this dream by attending and graduating from the Temple University Police Academy. Officer Montemarano is joined here tonight by his wife, Rebecca. And if his family could please come forward at this time. Next, we have Officer Jevin P. Downs. Officer Downs, please come forward. Officer Downs was born and raised in the city of Philadelphia and is a fourth-generation police officer. Officer Downs comes to the Lower Makefield Township Police Department from the Philadelphia Police Department. Officer Downs has training in various areas of law enforcement, including counterterrorism training and narcotics training. Officer Downs is joined here tonight by his mother, Beverly, his father, Jack. Will his family members please come forward at this time? Also here tonight on behalf of Officer Downs, our Chief Michael Irie of the Upland Borough Police Department, and Officer Brian Lee a coworker of Officer Downs from the Philadelphia Police Department. Will Chief Irie and Officer Lee please stand to be recognized? Thank you for being here tonight.
I would just like to mention that Dad, Jack Downs, is a former police captain in Philadelphia Police Department, and I had the pleasure and privilege of working with Jack many years in the city of Philadelphia. Fine individual, and I'm so glad to have his son with us here today.
Officer Kevin Riley. Officer Riley, please come forward. Officer Riley grew up in nearby Cheltenham and graduated from Abington High School in 2004. Officer Riley comes to the Lower Makefield Township Police Department with 4 years of prior law enforcement experience. Officer Riley is joined here tonight by his son, Zion, daughter, Alyssa, daughter, Olivia, son, Noah, daughter, Ariana, daughter, Grace, mother, Karen, father-in-law, Luis, and mother-in-law, Anna. Will Kevin Riley's family members please come forward? Also here tonight in support of Officer Riley are several other law enforcement family members. I see Chief McWhinney from the Bucks County Park Rangers, various officers from Bristol Borough, Sergeant Moores, Officer Lepore, and others. Thank you guys for being here as well.
I think we forgot Liz, Kevin's wife. Everybody doesn't have to be so solemn and so quiet. Gosh, what? You scare me.
Officer Colin McTammany. Officer McTammany, please come forward. Officer McTammany joined the Lower Makefield Township Police Department in 2016 as a patrol officer. Officer McTammany is a longtime resident of Lower Makefield Township, residing in the township for 27 years. He is a graduate of the Philadelphia Police Academy. Officer McTammany also serves as a field training officer, mentoring and training new police officers. Officer McTammany is joined here tonight by his fiancee Devin, his mother Paula, and his father John. Will his family members please come forward? Officer McTammany is being promoted to the rank of police corporal. Sergeant Brian Golder. Sergeant Golder, please come forward. Sergeant Golder joined the Lower Makefield Township Police Department in 1996 as a patrol officer. He was promoted to corporal in 2005 and to sergeant in 2015. Throughout his career in Lower Makefield Township, he has served in many roles. Sergeant Golder has been a field training officer, mentoring and training new officers. He worked as a K-9 officer. He is the current commander of the South Central Emergency Response Team. And he also serves as the police department's training coordinator. Sergeant Golder is joined here tonight by his wife, Audra, his mother, Helen, his father, Don, his brother, Keith, who's also an officer here in Lower Makefield, and also his brother, Chuck, who's a sergeant at the Bucks County Sheriff's Department. Will Sergeant Golder's family please come forward? Sergeant Golder is being promoted to the rank of police lieutenant. Lieutenant Jason Brame. Lieutenant Brame, please come forward. Lieutenant Brame joined the Lower Makefield Township Police Department in 1994 as a patrol officer. He was promoted to corporal in 2006, to sergeant in 2009, and to lieutenant in 2016. Throughout his career in Lower Makefield, he has served in various capacities. Lieutenant Brame is the department's lead firearms instructor and armorer. He oversees and coordinates the field training officer program, assuring quality training and preparation of new officers joining the department. In the past, he has served as a K-9 officer and supervised the county's explosive K-9 task force. He is also a former CERT team member and operator. Lieutenant Brame is joined here tonight by his wife, Chris, and his son, Justin. Will his family members please come forward? Lieutenant Brame is being promoted to the rank of police captain. Captain Robert Lewis. Captain Lewis, please come forward. Captain Lewis joined the Lower Makefield Township Police Department in 1994 as a patrol officer. He was promoted to corporal in 2001, to sergeant in 2006, to detective sergeant in 2009, lieutenant in 2010, and to his current rank of captain in 2016. Captain Lewis is a graduate of the FBI Law Enforcement Executive Development School and also the Northwestern University School of Police Staff and Command. Throughout his career in Lower Makefield Township, he has served many roles with the department. Captain Lewis is an accident investigator and accident reconstructionist. He also has served as a field training officer. Captain Lewis was instrumental in forming the Highway Patrol motorcycle unit and is the former commanding officer of that unit. He has also served as the South Central Emergency Response Team commander. Captain Lewis is joined here tonight by his wife, Loretta, and his daughter, Olivia. Will his family members please come forward? Captain Lewis is being promoted to the rank of deputy chief.
At this time, I would ask the Board of Supervisors if you'd like to join in with a picture with our new officers and our newly promoted officers, please come down. Our township manager, please also come down. Let's do real quick an individual picture with each of our new hires. If you'll, the board will stand here. If you'll just join the board. Right in the center. Okay, one on the other side, please. Okay, Officer Downs. Thank you. Officer Riley. Corporal McTammany. Thank you. Lieutenant Golder. Captain Jason Brame. And last but not least, Deputy Chief Robert Lewis. Again, thank you all very much for being here tonight. Thank you, Board of Supervisors here and at home. We greatly appreciate it. And we didn't mention that former Captain Tom Roach is in the audience too. So how about a wave for Captain Tom Roach here? Okay. Yeah, we can't forget our captains, can we? Anyone who'd like to have a brief tour of the police department, our officers are willing and welcome you downstairs to give you a quick tour. And unfortunately, I'd like to stay with you for a long while, but we have to get back to our very busy meeting tonight. So thank you again very much for being here, and congratulations to each and every one of you.
So I'm going to try to continue along with the meeting, even though we still have our honored guests leaving the area. So I apologize if there's a little bit of background noise. Was an exciting evening and humbling to be here, to be a part of it. So with that being said, I think we can go on to agenda item number 4. I don't know, Kurt, is there any COVID-19 update?
I do not have an update this evening.
Okay. There being no questions, we can skip along to community announcements. Just as a reminder, during this portion of the agenda, residents and youth organizations may call in to make a special announcement. You can also contact the township in advance at admin@lmt.org to request that it be added to the agenda. I'll just keep reading because I'm having fun. Parks and Recreation, in-person recreational opportunities like sunset yoga, goat yoga, art, Zumba, and more are now available. Information can be found at our website, www.lmt.org/government/departments/park and recreation. The Yardley Makefield Lions Club is partnering with our police department, who you just saw, for a holiday toy drive benefiting local children in need. New unwrapped toys can be dropped off in the lobby of the police department at 1100 Edgewood Road, Yardley, Pennsylvania 19067, between today and the end of the month. I'd also like to add that there is an All Things Yardley gift shop opened on December 11th from 2 to 5 down at the Yardley Community Center, the proceeds of which will benefit Lake Afton. Hope that people will consider shopping there for their holiday gift-giving needs. Does any supervisor have anything they would like to add? And I know that we have a resident on the line. Richard, are you there?
Bringing him in now.
Okay.
Yeah, Susan, this is Rich Preston.
Hi, Richard, it's Suzanne. Thank you so much for calling in. I know you wanted to give the township residents a brief, if you could try to limit it to 2 to 3 minutes, brief update on what's going on with the airport and how, if they are interested, they could join a petition. So if you would, please.
Yep, thank you, Suzanne. The airport review panel asked to talk this evening to inform the board and the public about planned construction activities at the airport that will have a significant impact on our health and quality of life. The Mercer County manager has publicly expressed his plans to aggressively pursue their construction projects associated with their master plan. And they're anticipating a rubber stamp approval by the FAA for their environmental assessment, which has significant shortfalls. Specifically, we're worried about them carrying out construction projects adjacent to areas with known PFAS contaminants left at the Naval Air Warfare Center. These contaminants are unfortunately common on many military bases where they were used for firefighting purposes, but not contained. Development of the airport property continues without remediation or safety measures to protect the toxic spread of those chemicals. They can easily reach the Delaware River, less than 2 miles away, and affect the water supply for over 17 million people. We want the FAA and the airport to remediate the area so the chemicals are controlled and do not pose a threat to our drinking water or wildlife. The second problem is the aircraft emissions caused by the air traffic due to the increased air traffic due to these multiple projects is not being considered in the environmental assessment whatsoever. Despite a 5-fold increase in terminal size, massive increases in parking capacity, major airfield changes, and a new air traffic control tower, the FAA accepted the following illogical premise presented at the Trenton Terminal Environmental Assessment, and I'm quoting, the proposed action would not increase, the proposed action, meaning all these projects, would not increase or change the number of passengers that would utilize the airport in the future. It would only change how they access the airport. As a result, operational emissions associated with aircraft emission sources, parking traffic, were not inventoried or evaluated as part of this EA. Well, an obvious question is, why is the airport going to spend in excess of $200 million in expansion-oriented projects if they do not expect any change in the number of passengers? This is obviously a falsehood to avoid doing the environmental impact study that they need to do, because we have significant air quality issues in this area to begin with. Increasing the air traffic by a factor of 4 would have, put us over the edge for a lot of air pollution concerns. So the issue we're addressing is it's affecting all residents because the pollution from the aircraft emissions is widespread. It transcends whether you like to use the airport or not. It's crucial that we get the FAA to mandate an environmental impact study. So we asked the board and LMT residents to sign a petition that will go to our federal elected officials, state elected officials, and agencies with potential interest or oversight. It can be found on change.org by searching on their petitions page for Mercer County Airport. I just checked that out. It worked fine. The petition I am referring to is called the Demand Environmental Impact Assessment for Trenton Mercer County Expansion. Having more signatures on this petition will help emphasize the significance of the issues we face to our elected officials, who we will call on to force the FAA to take the appropriate environmental assessment. If there's any chance of putting the petition on the website, I ask the board to consider that, but it can be found on the change.org website. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And if I would like to, I don't know what it would be called, if I have to make a motion or just look at you all, I'm happy to put the information about that petition on the website if there's agreement by the board, and residents who are so interested could, find it, and if they choose to sign.
So moved.
I would strongly support that.
So I have a motion, I have a strong support.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
What do I need, Dave?
You could do it by acclamation. If you want a formal motion, it doesn't hurt just to place it on the website. That's fine.
Ooh, acclamations. Oh, I have a motion from James, I think it was, and then I'll say a second from John.
Mhm.
Any discussion? Any public comment? Yes, Mr. Pedowitz, please approach and say your full name and address. And yet you are. I'm not sure that the mic is on. Can you tap it?
Suzanne, are you talking to me? Just state my name.
Sorry.
Mr. Pedowitz is trying to comment, but the mic is giving him. Here we go. Got it. Thank you.
It took an
Thank you, Mark.
engineer to figure it out. Anyway, just a couple of comments. The gentleman, I support what the gentleman who just talked, I support him 100%. Something should be done with, if there's a plume of pollution. But the one thing I don't understand is how you can say that you're going to have the same number of passengers with 4 times the number of flights, because no airline is going to do it. Like you take a look at Frontier. How many flights a day does Frontier take out of Trenton? So I'm just bringing that up. And also, I'm sure that the gentleman is approaching the senators and higher up officials in the federal government, because this is where this should really be going. I mean, I had experience with that when I lived on Long Island. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Kurt, if you could make that happen, that would be great. All right, no other community announcements. Then we're on to agenda item number 6, consider approval of the minutes from November 3rd.
Make a motion to approve the minutes for November the 3rd.
Thank you, Fred. Is there a second? Thank you,
Second.
James. Any discussion? Any public comment? With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Then we're on to the treasurer's report. Agenda item number 7. Fred?
Right, I make a motion to approve the October interfund transfers in the amount of $1,543,447.40.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, James. Any discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
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 Aye, we had 5 ayes, even though people may not have heard them, and I see 5 hands up. Motion carries 5-0. Fred?
Make a motion to approve the warrant list from November 1st, November 15th in the amount of $2,092,581.70.
Second? Anybody?
Second.
Thank you, James. Any discussion?
Mhm.
Any public comment? With that, I call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
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 We're on like a delay over there. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We've already had the honor of agenda item number 8, so we will move on to agenda item number 9, the Comcast franchise presentation. Is Mr. Roberts on the line?
Yes.
Can we bring him in, please? So,
There he is.
yep, you want to start? Thank Kurt.
Sure. I had asked Mr. Roberts to attend this meeting. As you all know, our franchise agreement with Comcast is coming up. This is a jointly negotiated agreement, although there are maybe here or there separate little pieces that we jointly did with Newtown Township. Mike has agreed to come in. I think he can give you all an overview. He's going to address a few questions, and then to the chair, I would turn it back to you as far as proceeding. If the board would be so inclined, following his presentation, the next course of action would be to advertise the ordinance for consideration for approval if the board is so inclined. But Mr. Roberts, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kurt, and I'd like to thank the board for having me as well. As Kurt stated, my name is Mike Roberts. I'm an attorney with the Cohen Law Group based in Pittsburgh. We've served as special counsel to the township in this negotiation with Comcast, as well as with the ongoing Verizon negotiation. I'm here to give just a bit of background into the applicable law as it relates to municipal cable franchising, and then a brief overview of kind of the high points of the agreement that the board has before it tonight for consideration to advertise the ordinance. So in terms of municipal regulation of cable operators and municipal cable franchising, the basis of that authority comes from the Federal Cable Act of 1984. That act establishes the kind of rules for local franchising of cable operators. Ultimately, local governments are considered to be landlords effectively of the public rights of way. You control the public rights of way and trust, and you are entitled to set standards for cable operators' occupation of those rights of way, as well as to obtain a fair return for the use of that public property. So Comcast has an existing or an expiring cable franchise agreement, and the Cable Act establishes effectively two processes under which a municipality can renew a cable franchise. There's an informal and a formal process. The formal process is very, very rarely utilized. It's reserved really for instances where a cable franchise negotiation is particularly contentious. It is not triggered very frequently, but it's worth mentioning here. The informal process is utilized in about 99% of cable franchise negotiations, and that is the process that we utilized in the Comcast negotiation as well. So that informal process is really a traditional contract negotiation. The process here, we started with a draft that was prepared by our firm, provided that draft to Comcast, and then exchanged red lines, had negotiation calls with Comcast representatives as part of that negotiation. The Cable Act does require local governments to review a cable operator's past performance and ascertain their future cable-related needs. So those are the two kind of gating factors that precede that cable franchise negotiation beginning. So we performed a franchise fee audit of Comcast on behalf of the township, and the township also performed a PEG needs assessment to determine what capital needs were required for the township's educational and governmental channels. So those steps were accomplished as part of reviewing past performance with the franchise fee audit, and then ascertaining future cable related needs with that PEG needs assessment, as well as some internal discussions that we had with township staff. So those have been the rules of the road for cable franchise negotiation for 47 years now, excuse me. But there have been some changes in federal law since the township's last Comcast agreement was negotiated. Most notably, the FCC a couple years ago issued what's known as the 621 order. To put it very simply, that order stated that the value of in-kind services, which are really any service provided by Comcast outside of the spectrum of cable service to subscribers or the franchise fee that's paid to the township, the value of those services can now be offset against cable franchise fees if that franchise fee is set at the maximum level. That maximum level is 5% under federal law. That is what the township has set its franchise fee at. So that doesn't have a major effect on the township's franchise agreement, but it will affect what we call services to community facilities, which I'll talk about in a bit greater depth later in my presentation. That order was appealed in a case called City of Eugene, Oregon versus FCC, and the value of those in-kind services was honed in on a bit better, and it was determined that that value is to be the marginal cost of providing such services to the township by the cable operator. And if you hear the term marginal cost and you think, what does that mean? The cable operators feel the same way right now. None of them have actually established their marginal cost to date. It's a relatively fresh appeal, but that is the standard through which we have to approach the value of those in-kind services. So in terms of the negotiation process, what we actually went through and then where we are now, our focus with the cable franchise negotiation was, number one, retaining those existing rights that the township established in its last franchise negotiation. We found that with these developments in federal law, as well as with diversification in the cable market and the shift towards more streaming services, the cable operators have grown significantly more aggressive in their negotiating posture. So simple retention of the existing rights that are established in an expiring franchise agreement has become a major priority in these negotiations, as well as strengthening any provisions of the agreement that we could moving forward, because this is an agreement with a relatively long term, and we want to make sure that we are setting the township up well for the future. Another essential prong of the process was addressing changes in federal law. Of course, that 621 order that I mentioned earlier, particularly in the lens of the services to community facilities section of the agreement. So with all of that said, the major points of the agreement, and bear in mind this is a 30-plus page agreement, so I'm not going to detail every single item, but I will detail the major points. First, the term of the agreement. This is a 10-year term that's proposed by Comcast. That is a standard term that we see in franchise renewal agreements, particularly with Comcast. We have retained that 5% franchise fee from the township's existing cable franchise agreement, but we have expanded the calculation of that franchise fee. So as I mentioned, 5% is the maximum that a municipality is permitted to charge, but a big part of the franchise negotiation is determining what that 5% will be taken from. So a municipality is entitled to take 5% of the cable operator's gross revenues, and that gross revenues term is something that it has to be defined in the agreement. So in the township's past Comcast agreement, there were 8 enumerated revenue sources that were included in the gross revenues definition, and there were a few excluded revenue sources. In this renewal agreement, we have 25 enumerated revenue sources. So if we've expanded that pie from which the 5% is being taken, and we've included now some of those previously excluded revenue sources. So what that means is that assuming all things stay relatively the same from a subscriber perspective, so assuming Comcast doesn't experience a major dip in subscriber counts, the township should see a boost in its franchise fee revenues. That's not to say that they will double or something along those lines, but there should be a boost in the franchise fee revenues that you'll receive from Comcast as a result of including those new revenue sources. From a PEG perspective, so I think this was an issue that came up in the past that Kurt expressly wanted me to touch on as well. The agreement does require Comcast to maintain the township's existing PEG channels. So there's an educational channel as well as a governmental channel. Comcast is required to continue the operation of those two channels, maintain the return lines, keep everything kind of at the status quo as it is right now to ensure the continued operation of those channels. Part of the PEG aspect of this agreement, and when I say PEG, I mean public educational and governmental channels, is PEG support as well. So cable operators are required to provide what's known as capital support for public educational and governmental channels for municipalities. So that support has to be requested from the cable operator, and it has to be defined by the municipality making that request. So the township engaged, I believe it's the Laro Corporation, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that name, to perform a PEG needs assessment in the run-up to this cable franchise renewal negotiation. And that needs assessment identified $57,322.46 in PEG capital needs. PEG capital needs are, equipment, things that can be kind of physically held versus operational costs, which are not permitted to be recovered from a cable operator as part of PEG support. So given that the township has two negotiations going on at the same time, one with Verizon and one with Comcast, those providers will not be giving the full $57,000, but rather it will be split among the two providers because it has to be tied back to those actual capital costs. Comcast has agreed to give exactly one half of that identified amount for a total amount of $28,661.23. Our firm is pursuing that other half of the PEG capital amount needed in the Verizon negotiation. I will say that I am not the attorney that is handling the Verizon negotiation, but I know that that is ongoing now. Dan Cohen from our firm is handling that negotiation. A question that came up with respect to the PEG capital grant is the question of pass-through to subscribers. And this is an issue that Kurt had asked me to touch on. So cable operators traditionally, and federal law allows cable operators to pass through the amount of these franchise grants, PEG capital grants to subscribers. So what that means is that the amount of that 10-year franchise grant can be recovered from subscribers in the township over the term of the agreement as a separate line item on their bills. The same as franchise fees are permitted to be recovered and passed through to subscribers over the term. So that total $28,661.23 capital grant will be divided over that 10-year term and recovered each month as a line item on a subscriber's bill. That is something that has been a part of nearly all cable franchises since the passing of the Cable Act in 1984. It is something that was included in the township's past franchise agreements as well. I made sure to go back and review that, and that language is included in the past franchise agreements with Comcast and Verizon as well. As I noted, it's very standard for that to happen as part of that capital support. It's defined as an external cost of franchising that is permitted under federal law to be passed through. So with that said, the next portion that warrants a deeper dive is the issue of services to community facilities. This is that portion of the agreement that was affected by the FCC 621 order of 2019. So in the past, cable operators have traditionally provided free services to community facilities. And this is something that was prior to the 621 order very broadly defined, very broadly utilized, and cable operators traditionally were more than willing to provide free services to a number of facilities, whether that be the township building, police departments, schools, any number of facilities that had some tie back to the local government. They were entitled to receive a cable drop, a single cable drop from the provider. Under the 621 order, those drops are now considered to be an in-kind service that the cable operator is no longer required to provide free of charge. So part of our negotiation with Comcast is how do we address that issue in a renewal agreement where the township does have existing locations where free services are currently being provided by Comcast that were contemplated by the past agreement, and simply cutting those off or simply starting to charge for those didn't seem to be a sensible approach to addressing that 621 order. So what we ultimately did in the Comcast agreement is included language for Comcast to reserve the right to charge for those services moving forward, but they will not be doing so now. Comcast has not yet started to charge for any of these services. It remains unclear whether they will actually do so. The language of the agreement states that Comcast will not charge for those services for those locations that are listed in the exhibit to the agreement and specifically defined by the township. But if they would choose to do so moving forward, they would be required to provide the township with 120 days advance notice of their intent to begin to charge some marginal cost for those locations, and that effectively the township and Comcast would enter into a negotiation to determine the marginal cost of those services. As I noted earlier, Comcast has freely admitted that they have yet to define what a marginal cost would be. Given the locations that they tend to provide service to under these agreements, firehouses, police departments, local government buildings, they haven't yet seen any benefit to start to charge for those services given the nature of those facilities, but they do wish to reserve the right to do so in the agreement. So that would be the approach moving forward. The township would have the ability to either have the value of those services offset against the franchise fee, which would mean your franchise fee check every quarter would be reduced by the value of those services. You could simply pay for those services, or you could elect to remove them from the agreement altogether if Comcast would decide to begin to charge for those services. We attempt to bake in that flexibility into the agreement for the township not to be locked into any one path should Comcast elect to do that moving forward. As I mentioned, the list of locations that are identified for those community services are listed in Exhibit A to the agreement. One particular location I want to note is the Township Community Center. That had been excluded erroneously in a previous draft. I'm not sure if that draft made it to the board or not, but I want to point that out in case it did. That was intended to be included in the agreement. And has been placed back into that list of locations for this final agreement. There's another location that came up in my discussions with township staff as well, and that is the golf course that had been asked about receiving the service. And that is a bit more complicated of a situation as it relates to the offset in that marginal cost question. The golf course is currently a Comcast business customer, and this comes directly from Comcast, that is receiving a bundle of services, so phone, internet, and cable services that they are billed for as a business account on a monthly basis. Given Comcast's right to offset or charge for those services under the 621 order, and given the fact that the golf course is not currently receiving Comcast services under the previous franchise agreement, what would have happened had we included that golf course in the list of services, and this is something that Comcast was putting up a major fight over anyway, but had it been included, it would actually have increased the cost of those services to the golf course, because it would pull one aspect of their bundled account out that they would have to then pay for separately, which would increase the cost of their business account and require a separate payment for that cable drop as well. So these community locations are only addressing cable service, not internet or phone service as well. So in the discussions with Comcast, it came up that ultimately the golf course would have to pay more for their Comcast service had they been included in the agreement. So that is the reason that in this final agreement that you have before you, the golf course was not included in that list. In terms of enforcement of the agreement, a contract is only as good as its ability to be enforced by either party. There is language for imposing liquidated damages on Comcast in the event that they violate any provision of the agreement. The township would be entitled to charge impose liquidated damages of $250 per day that a violation would continue. So if Comcast fails to perform any obligation, you can charge them $250 a day for up to 120 days. Once you hit that 120-day threshold, you can then pursue termination of the agreement, effectively kicking Comcast out of the township and terminating their franchise, as well as suing them or any other remedy available at law. Beyond that, there are a number of other requirements that are legal protections to the township, whether that be requirements for Comcast's use and operation in the public rights of way. That includes ensuring that they get applicable permits, ensuring that they restore any damage to the right of way in a timely fashion. There are customer service standards that are reflective of those that are established by the FCC. The FCC establishes comprehensive customer service standards, but they are not mandated in any fashion. So pulling those into the agreement ensures, again, that those customer service standards are enforceable by the township, ensuring that your residents are getting the best service that they can from Comcast. There are technical requirements for the cable system as well, and there are reporting requirements ensuring that the township is able to receive reporting from Comcast as to all of their performance under the major provisions of the agreement, whether that be the financial provisions, customer service standards, construction. You're able to receive documentation from Comcast in order to maintain your oversight of their compliance with the franchise agreement, which is a critical aspect of this as well. So with all of that said, I know my brief overview may have been a bit longer than intended, but I'm happy to answer any questions that any of you might have about the agreement.
Thank you for that. So before we get to the discussion, can we have a motion to consider the advertising of the franchise agreement?
So moved.
Thank you, Fred.
Second.
Thank you, James. Okay, and with that, I'll open it up to questions from the supervisors. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have
Yes,
a quick
James.
question. Thanks for the information, Mike. The cost that you're talking about for these additional areas, roughly what could it, I mean, do you have an idea of what it would be? I mean, is it significant?
So are you asking about including additional locations for community services?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the community services cost.
So I can give you our assessment of what those costs would be. As I said, it's going to have to be a negotiation in determining those costs. Our view is that the marginal cost of those services, which is intended to be essentially Comcast's cost to provide one more cable service drop, we envision that as being low.
Okay.
We don't see that as being a significant expense for Comcast should they elect to charge that. They are already operating a cable system. They have already provided the line to each of those locations that are already established under the previous agreement. So all they would be charging for was the continued operation of those locations. So we don't see that as being significant. It's contingent upon how Comcast chooses to define it, should they start to charge for those fees, and then that would be the negotiation that would have to occur.
Okay. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Anyone else? Yes, Dan.
Yeah, actually, sort of along the same lines as James and Mike, I apologize if I missed this, but in terms of same idea, in terms of where the current agreement includes cable service to the township building. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it includes cable service to a number of locations, essentially all of those that are listed in Exhibit A to this agreement. There are, I think, 13 of them listed here.
Does that include, I think last time we talked about this, we were looking at whether or not it included the community center. Because I think the community center.
Yeah, so that's a question that came up. The previous draft had omitted the community center, effectively an error. It was part of the draft before it had been accidentally pulled out by Comcast. That has been re-added to this draft. It's item 2 to Exhibit A of the agreement. It's been put back in.
Okay, and then I guess I don't know if Mike, this is for you or for Kurt, but have we gotten any feedback, or maybe Fred, since I think you're the liaison, have we gotten any feedback from our EMAC folks on the current agreement?
Not yet, but they've been invited to participate tonight.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, John.
Yeah, Mike, thanks for your work tonight. Couple of quick questions. This first question might only partially be to you. The pool complex is included in the contract currently or not? So I'm having a hard time remembering.
Pool is not.
The pool is not. Okay. So we pay for that separate across the board. Okay. Second question, Mike. In terms of long run, obviously this gives us a sense of where we're at for the next 10 years. But as people cut the cord, our revenues are going to decline from this agreement and subsequent agreements. Do you have a rough idea of how we should plan for that in terms of what you think the potential decline is based on your experience in the last couple of years and where you see that longer run?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question, and cord cutting is certainly a major concern. We have seen the trend of cable subscribers dipping, nationally. It's a difficult situation for municipalities to plan for, to put it frankly. The other part of that City of Eugene, Oregon case I mentioned earlier is addressing what's known as the mixed use rule. So effectively, and as you all I'm sure know, cable systems are not just providing cable service. They are providing internet service and they're providing phone service for the most part all at once. The Cable Act only permits us to charge a franchise fee on cable service. So we can't include any of those revenues from internet service or phone service in a franchise fee calculation. What the Eugene case ultimately ended up stating was that to the extent that a municipality is charging a 5% franchise fee, you are not permitted to charge any fee for any of those other services. So that is the mixed use rule that's being applied here. So what we have begun exploring, and I'm not going to give you a hard answer on this because it's kind of in the early stages here. What we have been exploring in terms of addressing that cord cutting is the possibility of potentially either decreasing a franchise fee or eliminating a franchise fee in its entirety and shifting that percentage-based fee to other service areas. Whether that be, the most common one, which would be internet service, is becoming the norm. Cord cutters are all shifting towards streaming services, applying some sort of, I don't want to call it a franchise fee because we're not allowed to charge that to internet providers, but applying a sort of similar percentage-based fee on telecommunications operation in the rights of way like that goes beyond the franchise fee and pulling that franchise fee back is kind of the early idea of how municipalities can best address that type of activity. What we hope will be the case moving forward is that will be addressed at the federal level as well. In terms of legislation or FCC order, the FCC, prospectively under this new administration, seems to be dipping their toes back into the internet regulation arena a bit more. Over the past administration, they had ceded control of the internet in its entirety. The FCC just didn't touch that area. With the new FCC chairwoman, Rosenworcel, stepping into her chair now, she has indicated that they would be stepping back into regulation of the internet. So we're hoping that municipal regulation over the internet can come back a bit more as cable subscribers drop off. So again, a long answer to a short question. It's something that certainly we're exploring how to best address moving forward.
Is there FCC action that could be taken absent federal legislation?
So only under the Telecommunications Act, which would be a separate piece of legislation that local governments under the Telecommunications Act are permitted to receive a fair return on use of the public rights of way as well. That's a broader term in terms of what that fee would look like. It's the kind of fees that are charged for wireless providers or fiber providers. Given the kind of interwoven nature of cable and internet right now, that franchise fee obviates the ability to charge that additional fee under the Telecommunications Act, but that would be the arena under which they could address that.
And are there opportunities in Pennsylvania law for us to capture additional fees for rights of way usage that we haven't explored yet?
So nothing under Pennsylvania now. What I would encourage the township to do is speak to your state reps about that. The trend, unfortunately, at the state level has been in the opposite direction, but it's certainly something that with the digital divide becoming more and more of an issue, certainly after the pandemic as well, telecommuting, remote education have been more of an issue. Something that we hope the state legislature is also going to step in to address, closing that digital divide. and how to best address that. But there's nothing right now at state level that entitles any sort of fee recovery like that. No.
Okay, I think you're frozen there, but that's all I have for questions.
Clearly Comcast is upset with what a strong agreement he negotiated and messing with his internet.
The best review I can get is a frozen screen.
All right, well, if there are no other questions, Fred, do you have anything for the gentleman? Okay, anything from public comment? Mr. Rubin, please step up and state your full name and address.
Zachary Rubin, 1661 Covington Road. I'm the chair of the Electronic Media Advisory Council, which used to be the TV Cable Advisory Board. A couple questions to Mr. Roberts. Number one, since we've been in an impasse with Comcast with a number of years, I'd like to talk about the compensation that the Cohen Law Group gets from our township. Was there one lump sum, or are they being compensated on an hourly basis?
I can
So
answer
we
that.
performed this project on a flat fee basis. So there's not an hourly basis, it's a single flat fee. I believe it was an $8,900 flat fee, but don't hold me to that. I don't have the engagement up before me.
And this discussion has not gone on. We engaged them early this year. The discussion that has gone on has been the prolonged Verizon discussion, which has a number of hiccups that we've participated with about 24 communities across Bucks County in the consortium.
Right, but this, thank you for that answer, but this franchise agreement had expired a number of years ago.
I think it had expired at the end of last year. if I'm
Right,
not
okay.
mistaken.
Number two, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Ferguson for getting the answers for a number of questions I had last month, such as why is it only 50% for the PEG grants for capital improvement, which was certainly a satisfactory answer that if we can recoup 50% from Verizon. Number two, there were questions about access to the golf course and to the community center. And again, those questions were answered. So again, thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for pursuing those questions. Another question. In our agreement 3.12, the proposed franchise agreement, there's tree trimming. And Comcast has the right to go trim trees in the right of way that might interfere with their services. My question is, and Mr. Roberts, I don't know if you know the answer, does Comcast coordinate this with PICO so that, number one, they're not trimming the same trees? Number two, are they dividing up the township where the needs are? Do you know how that is accomplished?
So I cannot speak in an educated fashion to how they coordinate with PICO. My typical understanding of Comcast's relationship with PICO is that if the work is necessary for Comcast, Comcast will typically perform that work. They'll have a pole attachment agreement with PICO for attachment to any PICO-owned poles. Typically, that work would be reserved for Comcast to perform themselves unless it would somehow interfere with PICO's actual facilities, which would be rare if it was solely necessary for Comcast. But
Okay,
that is my understanding. I don't want to preach that as
I
gospel.
understand. But it seems that you're understanding there's some kind of coordination so that, you know, I don't know if the electric reliability committee takes up those issues, but certainly it's an issue that affects all of us in our community. And that's basically what I talked about. The 5% franchise fee, which is on everybody's bill, I don't think anybody really cares if the 5% goes to Comcast or the 5% comes back to the township. It's on the bill. Nobody has ever objected to it, given the fact that the monthly fees of Comcast are astronomical, as long as also Verizon. But again, that's all we have. For the board, we'll be commenting on the budget later about certain things that affect the electronic media. So again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Please step up to the mic. Full name, full address.
Lee Pedowitz, 247 Truman Way, Yardley. Just a quick comment. Are we going to hear about the Verizon agreement? And how is the township divided up, like 50%, 50% between Comcast and Verizon?
It's not divided up that way. What he was talking about was the capital improvement grant that is part of it, that each of them would typically cover 50% of that cost. I have reported regularly this year on the status of that Verizon agreement, which is much bumpier than this, that I will probably be doing in an upcoming meeting as well.
Okay, and again, I'm sorry I missed it, but why isn't the pool, community pool exempt from being charged or whatever, however he worded it?
No one is exempt from being charged. They can charge everyone. It's not in the agreement to provide cable service directly to the pool as part of this agreement.
But don't they provide service free of charge, like to this building, to the police department?
As he said, that has been done, but they have reserved the right to charge for that in the future.
So, and I think I heard you say, if somebody said that if they do decide to charge, they'll give us a 120-day notice.
And we would negotiate over what that marginal price would be.
And let's say there's no agreement, then what?
Then we would remove it from the facility.
Replace it with what?
What?
Let's cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
Hope we never get to it.
Okay, well, bridges sometimes come up unexpectedly. And the only other thing in terms of the tree trimming, the electric facilities are the highest thing on the pole. So if Pico comes and trims their trees, chances they're not going to care what's going on with the lines below them. So that's just my observation. Thank you again.
Thank you. Yes, please state your name and address.
Zachary Rubin, 1661 Covington Road. Just for clarification, this franchise agreement only covers basically cable TV. It doesn't cover internet and other types of services. So there's some confusion there. So I just want to clarify that.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on the line?
No public comment online.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we're on to agenda item number 10, the engineer's report.
Yes, hi Supervisors. You have within your packet my report. I have no updates to that report there and no agenda items, so I have nothing to add further.
Almost sounds like Comcast might be mad at you too, Andy. So thank you for that. Are there any questions? Yes, Dan.
Yeah, just a couple status updates, I guess. Going in order here. Sandy Run, it looks like Kurt probably has the most info on this, I would assume. Looks like we're almost done. We're waiting on one more light for Skylar. Kurt, is that correct?
Put the Mill Road light in first to see how contained that would be, to make sure that it would stay on site. That light is similar to a street light. We wanted to do that light first because there's adjacent residential properties on Skylar that this would be the framework for that decision, that installation on Skylar. I think we've looked.
Test case.
It seems like the Mill Road light is contained the way that we want, and Skylar would be next.
Excellent. Memorial Park, I saw some of the videos that were posted on the Facebook page. Looked like they were moving right along. How's that coming?
So they are finishing surfacing the courts today and tomorrow. And then after that, so they've got the signage in for the parking lots. After the surfaces are finished, they're putting in the nets. Then benches are, they're running into some supply chain issues with providing the benches. So it doesn't look like the benches will be until January. But for all intents and purposes, we're approaching the finish line with the project.
Good stuff. And if I'm reading this, looks like you submitted. This is sort of the time frame for maybe getting a response back from DEP on your last comment submittal on the PRP, the pollution reduction plans. Have you heard anything back from them yet on your Less than middle.
Yeah, we have. They had a question on, we took credits for basins that were installed at the Oakmont development and the Freeman's Farm development. We took additional credit beyond what was required for the water quality permit that was for that development. And they wanted additional proof that those credits that we took were legitimate. And so we've provided that, and they believe that, yeah, they'll take a look at it. And they believe that a permit is imminent before the end of the year.
Good. That's all I have. Thanks, Andy.
Sure.
Any other supervisors? Any public comment? Okay, then with that, we're up to the manager's report.
So we had gone from 6:30 to 7:30. To the chair, I'll say I'll proceed in whatever manner you see fit.
Yeah,
Want to pick up
I've
the
spoken
questions
to
or
the
whatever you want.
solicitor, and he advises that the way to proceed is to first entertain a motion to authorize the advertisement of the adoption of the preliminary budget. So do I have a motion?
Make the motion to authorize advertising of the adoption of the preliminary 2022 budget.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, James. I'm sorry, John, did you say something?
Nope.
Oh, I thought I heard somebody else say something. Okay, well, with that, then we'll open it up for discussion. John, do you want to continue?
I can certainly continue if that would be okay. So, let's see, going back to where we were on a few things here. Let's see. Where's my list? Sorry. I didn't expect to be picked so quickly here. With respect to the fire services director, one of the things that I was thinking about with that is, what's the reporting relationship of that person? Who do they report to in the organizational chart?
Township manager.
So how does that work with the chief of police, who's responsible more generally for emergency response? Was there any thought given to perhaps having, for coordination efforts, having that person report to the chief of police?
No.
Okay.
So the police chief is also the emergency management coordinator. So the fire services director would obviously have to have a direct and ongoing relationship with the police chief and the emergency management coordinator. And currently that is the same person regarding issues of on-site incidents and a variety of things of that sort. But it would be typical that position would report directly to the township manager.
Okay. One of the things that we talked about in the last meeting was the costs in terms of what we would need to pay to recruit employees to serve in the summer at the pool. And at that time, you had provided wages that would be upwards of, I think it was $14.80 was the high end on your list?
It depends for guards or senior guards. Hold on one second. I'll tell you. So the range, hold on. The range in pay would be between $9.50 and $14.50 for non-management staff for essentially various positions of gatekeeper to the various levels of guard.
Okay. If we were to think about instituting a minimum wage across all township employees of $15, are those the only employees that are sub $15 at this time?
No.
Okay.
And hold on, just so you're aware, so some of those wages are below 15. So a $15 minimum wage would change dramatically the relative level of increase in the pool memberships that we would need to charge.
I was asking more generally about the township staff. So are there other positions except from the pool that are now paid less than $15 an hour?
We may have a few seasonal employees that come in or around that number. But yes, we would have some seasonal employees, guys that mow grass, what have you, that would likely be in their early time here under that amount.
Okay. And going to the general fund transfers expense, there's a question around the special projects. That was budgeted at $35,000 for this year. This is Department 492, account 19, and that's slated to go to $125,000. Do you know why such a large increase?
Sure, hold on one second. So for the special projects for 2022, as far as the general fund need, because some of that money is coming from different areas, would be essentially for two things, would be for $50,000 for the website upgrade that we're looking at as a placeholder, and $75,000 for the code software that we had talked about briefly at 6:30.
So that's where those are being slotted then?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm good for now.
Okay.
Fred?
Thank you, Suzanne. Our road program. Kirk, could you explain to the community how we can pave 59 roads next year without touching sewer proceeds?
Sure. So first off, just so there's clarity, and I've actually had some calls about this, next year we would actually be paving 57 roads, not 59 roads. However, this board went into an agreement with Falls Township to pave Elbow Lane and Walnut Lane that are shared roads that we're paying for in 2022. So because it's not captured anywhere, we say 59 roads. So the road program actually next year would be 57 roads. So typically the road money comes from liquid fuels money, which is state money, which we use every year, which is somewhere in or around $700,000 to $750,000. The American Rescue Plan money that we've talked about at the last meeting that we have the ability to draw back to the general fund allows us to have an additional one-time infusion of about another $750,000. That will not be ongoing. That's one time. Then the third area, and the area that's essentially been presented is this road loan program. And the idea is that the township would take a short-term, 3-year loan to front load our paving program up front, that it essentially would allow for multiple years up front to be paved. And then that loan to be paid off over 3 years. And the idea of that then would be that that becomes standardized and it increases our base level of paving every year. I think that's been done in other towns I've been in. It allows us to pave. It allows us to pave. It allows us to pave upfront and not have the costs of inflation over a period of years by doing that, by front loading that in the front year. That would be in the debt services fund. That fund is going to have a reduction in the required millage to pave next year. I'm sorry, to pay next year for our bond debt. Our bond debt in this fund is going down. As such, I'm recommending that we reallocate the lack of money needed for bond debt and apply that to a road loan. Now, as I presented in the last meeting, that debt service fund is for debt. Like I couldn't sit and say, well, we have a surplus of money or millage in the debt service fund. Let's go buy something, a piece of equipment or something of that sort. It would need to be for debt. So a road loan is a permissible way because you're making the debt payment from the debt service fund. So it is through some state money. It is through an influx of cash, which are sort of one-time things. But the road loan program would be something that we would do Presumably, if this budget passed next year, we would pay that loan off over 3 years, and then in 2025, do it again. It dramatically increases the base level of paving that we have. As I presented at the last meeting, we have 138 miles of road in the township. If we assume a blended average of the need to pave a road every 20 years, we know some will last longer than that. We know others will not last that long. But if we assume that we need to do about 6.9 miles of road every year, this raises that base level of paving as I had presented in last week. Over the next 7 years, we have the ability to do almost 38 miles of road. It'll provide direction for the board for additional monies that you may all want to direct to try to hit that benchmark, but it is going to be through that road loan program that will be done and will not be done at any additional cost to residents. It's essentially a reallocation of a bond payment that is being reduced next year.
As far as debt service, we had recent communication from the members of the EAC who gave us an alternative to using the money, all the money for roads, but to use some of that debt service for acquiring open space.
Mhm.
Can you give us some context on the problematic nature of maybe doing something like that with debt service?
Well, that is a little bit problematic. I mean, in the end, the point of taking the loan wouldn't be to take a loan where then you are essentially building a bank account for future possibilities where you're paying the debt. We have to go to the state under the Unit Debt Act that if this passes, the solicitor will be doing, along with what's the specific plan to use that money and how it will be repaid. So, in the end, the debt service millage for that would be, I'm not going to ask Dave for a legal opinion to put him on the spot, but would essentially be, I think that's very murky on our ability to include that in a loan for that sort under the provision that we're talking about.
That'll do. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So, sorry, I missed the earlier meeting. I had some work commitments, so I wasn't able to make the early meeting. One thing I did for my own benefit was I turned this into an Excel spreadsheet. And the thing that I found really useful, and Kurt, I might have a request for future budgets as a sort of a simple add-on to the end, is looking at the delta year over year from different line items. So the absolute number or the percent increase or decrease. And then I tried to do a little bit of a 5-year trend analysis, but we don't have 5 years in our, and we never show 5 years in our budget, so it's a little extra work. But in doing so, I had a few questions on specific items from the spreadsheet. I tried to, they'll be quick, I promise. Fund number 45, it's sort of going backwards too, Kurt. Sorry, I went from right to left instead of left to right for some reason. Fund 45 is just Patterson Farm. We had a revenue of a little over 193,000, and we have expenses for about 68.4. What do we cover under that 68? The expenses for Patterson Farm, the 68.4.
So first, the two primary expenses are a placeholder for, if you look on page 74 of your budget, you'll see $25,000 for minor building repairs, which is not anything specific, but it is a placeholder if we have minor building repairs. And we have the other large item in there is contracted services for Patterson Farm, which would include any need to send somebody out there, whether it is animal control, wild animal control, whether it is someone that we need to contract for any repairs that would be needed, what have you. But they are essentially more placeholder items than they are for specific expenditures.
Okay. So I didn't think of that. So the animal control at Patterson Farm is separate from the ACO budget that we have?
Correct.
Okay.
And that would be if we sent out to do specific items. So if we sent out because we had to do, as we know, we've had problems with woodchucks or raccoons or what have you, that would be where that would be assigned to. That's not a placeholder amount like a retainer. That would be as needed. Or if we had other items that required a contractor to go out that were not necessarily a specific building repair, but some other service that we would have in there to do that.
Yeah. So like, if we had something like last year when they fixed the window, the window sills or something.
Correct. And that could be a combination of contracted services or building repairs. Correct.
Okay. Do we contemplate it in the budget anywhere? I know we have the ad hoc committee. I think there, that all that work I think would be covered under there. Do we contemplate any work next year based on the report that I think we're a little bit behind on, but from the ad hoc committee and their recommendations in our 2022 budget?
I have nothing in the budget as it sits that would be currently contemplated for something expansive beyond what you see there.
Okay, so we'd have to figure out a way if we want to do something in let me back up. Could we do something in 2022 with Patterson Farm or any of those properties if we come up with something that is interesting that we'd like to get done, but it's not specifically a line item in the budget that we have now, but we know we have money sitting there to accomplish that goal if we were able to do it. Is that allowable?
Sure.
Okay.
So in the end, again, without getting too far in the weeds, it depends on the size and scope of what we're talking about. Are we talking about something that's $15,000 or $20,000 or $150,000 to $200,000? And in the end, in the scope of things, we always have items that come in and under that we could end up doing, if needed, a board transaction that would actually transfer money and indicate where that transfer would be coming from. So in other words, we've assumed we have an excess of revenue in the cable franchise fund or in some particular tax collection that we could transfer money over to do that. Or quite frankly, this could be a discussion in February, is if in the end you have $20 million of sewer proceeds money to sit there, you are not stifled to sit and say, can we make a decision to spend a certain amount of money for anything that you would be initiative out of those proceeds accounts? You could do that at that time. You'd still have to follow all bidding requirements and what have you, but you could out of that pot of money as well.
Good. So we have flexibility to basically implement that plan if there's short time frame stuff that we could get done.
For the first time, correct. We do.
Awesome. So the really quick Garden Reflection Reserve at 41, a very small budget, didn't expect anything. Really, my only question there is, are we anticipating any money from the 501c3 that would go into that fund anytime soon? I know they did a great job with fundraising this year, obviously with the 20th year here, but are we close on that one? Do you know?
So I think we are close, and I think that the plan would be I think that their intent would be to want to come before the board soon. And by soon, I mean before the end of the year, to give an update, which they will give. I do not have any funding from them budgeted for the township for next year. If funding becomes available, as I think we've talked about and they've talked about, they would view that in part as a reimbursement for costs that we have where we could save that. There's also going to be some capital repairs that need to be done that we've talked about, some issues with electrical, some issues with lighting. That could be a discussion whether that happens next year or the year after. But I think that they'll be prepared to have that discussion with the board before the end of the year.
Okay, so but that stuff isn't yet in the 2022 budget, but
correct.
Possibly if we need to, we could do that with. Okay. The 36 road machinery, the one that stuck out to me was a 38% increase in the lease expenses from like 161 to 224. Yep. Can you explain that one?
Sure. I'm staging lease payments within the confines of 0.3 mils. So we will have periods of time that you're going to be carrying a fund balance because maybe on a new piece of equipment, we've only made 2 payments on several of them. But as they come into full payment, and most of them are 3 years, some might go 5 years, as they all sort of get to the point where you're making 4 payments on each of those payments will go up. You'll see probably next year, you'll see that fund go down a little bit because we'll have a couple of them paid off and new pieces of equipment coming on that we'd only be doing 1 or 2 payments. But the point being in the end is that the purchase plan that we will continue to go through with Public Works will be in the confines of that 0.3 mils. So there will be years you'll see a fund balance and you might say, well, geez, why is there $70,000 left? It's because we need the cushion for the next year for the additional payments.
Okay. And is there any benefit to, given that we have cash on hand now versus years past, maybe, is there any benefit to, rather than buying instead of leasing any of this?
At times we've done that in that fund. We bought a paving roller for $45,000 without leasing it when we had cushions in money. But for the most part, with rates being cheap and with the fact that other than this year, we've been doing multiple pieces of equipment at a time, it gives us the ability to get caught up on equipment by leasing it versus buying it outright. You know, when you get to the point where you have like a 10-wheel dump truck that's $215,000 or a street sweeper that's $360,000, you know, financing becomes a requirement. But in the end, like we have bought an item or two straight out cash when we've had that, when we've anticipated that surplus of money for a period of time.
Okay. Again, I'll just go quickly through these. The tree bank fee and lieu fund, that I see it as revenue at 0 and expense at 25. Correct. Is that the, I'm thinking that when the Prickett Preserve folks have to pay their tree fee, right? That's a significant number. Would that be included in this fund or somewhere else?
No, it would be in this fund. The way I have handled these funds is, so bear with me for seconds. I could put in a number in there that we may hit, we may not hit. I typically budget to spend out of the cash balance or the fund balance that we have in the account. This is not a tax account. It is a fee in lieu of account that in the end, if you suddenly got a $200,000 fee in lieu of, you could go ahead and spend that money. You don't need to have it in here. I mean, you would just make a decision to do that and we'd get that on record. So as such, I wouldn't want to sit and, quite honestly, Dan, I'm making this up, plan a $150,000 planting next year and we're waiting on $70,000 that we're really hopeful lands in the budget that year. I'd rather work with what we have and then expand it if in fact money that we would think would be coming does in fact come in.
Yeah, no, I agree. Let's see. I'm down to number 30. The one, I think you talked about the road program a little, the paving program with Dr. Weiss a little bit. I guess one of the, maybe it's a little bit like the lease question, maybe not, but taking out a loan and taking out a loan to do that much paving, not against the paving. Where I have concerns is having to pay interest back on a loan when we have cash on hand to maybe do the same thing to try and reduce our potential liabilities. That's what I'm thinking about. I know I'm assuming the rates are fairly low, but having to pay back interest on something when we might be able to pay cash as an option is what I'm interested in hearing about.
I'm happy to talk about that, Dan.
Sure.
I'm not opposed. Like, so for example, you'll see that there's $750,000 in paving from the rescue plan, right? In the end, we may always have cash on hand to expand our paving, which even using the road loan program, in my opinion, we should continue to look to do. The concern I have is if we have cash on hand and then we pave with just the cash on hand, then we're looking next year to figure out, or the year after, how much do we have on hand to expand the paving versus standardizing it in a loan program, right? Where, I mean, again, I'll say this respectfully, in the end, if we do a $1.5 million loan program and we essentially are front loading multiple years of paving, and I'll throw this out there, and let's just say the interest rate was 1.9% in the end, or if let's say it was 3%, that is still less than it would be to not take that loan and have potentially a 5% year over year inflationary adjustment or more by stretching that over time. So in the end, that loan program in the end is meant to standardize a higher base level of paving that we would do versus an influx of cash. You know, we've had previous years, Dan, that you and I have talked about. We took bond money and used $300,000 to pave a road, and we repaid it over 20 years. So we ended up paying $590,000 for a $300,000 road because that was cash on hand that we had from bond proceeds. So for me, listen, if down the line interest rates rose where a road loan was 7% or 8% or 9%, probably would not make sense to do it. But we've had such a sustained low level of interest rates and a high level of inflationary increases, especially now year over year. We still can do influxes of cash. We've gotten grants through, I think it was through Perry Warren's office the one year. We've had rescue plan money that to try to get to that base level of paving. I think we need that loan program. And then quite frankly, other influxes of cash as we go during that period to try to get us back up to a number consistent with a paving plan that paves roads every 20 years.
Yeah. And I guess my other question about roads is, and I think I said this last time we talked about this, I have a concern about the sheer number of, I love hearing that we have a lot of roads that we want to pave. I'm just concerned that we can actually implement that with construction season if I compare it to some of our shore projects we've tried to get done in the spring and they end up going into October, November, December in the following year. I know
Dan,
that might be apples and
Dan?
oranges.
Can I address that because you asked
Please
that
do.
before? I'm sorry. So, you know, in the end, even if we do, whether we do 17 roads or 57 roads, right? I mean, they're going to sweep through where they're going to go through and they're going to go through and mill those roads out. And then they're going to go back and pave. So in the end, I hear what you're saying, but we do have examples in Bucks County. Falls Road Program last year was $3.2 million, which is fairly typical. Other towns may not be 3 million, but they're into the 2 million or so dollar range. So there are contractors that can handle this work, you know, and part of the job then will be that, frankly, that, you know, we keep them on a schedule, we get them through this, you know, if they just stage 2 neighborhoods in our existing road program, then they're just going to have to follow the same pattern if they're going to have to stage 8 neighborhoods in our road program. So I don't think 3 million or 57 roads in a $3 million program is setting us up to have chaos everywhere. I think it can be done. And, you know, we've budgeted accordingly for road inspectors and what have you from Remington Vernick. You know, we have a public works director who's also a PE that we think the size of it is manageable.
Okay. I'll remain cautiously optimistic because I like to see clean roads get paved. Sticking in the capital reserve fund, Kurt, and this may be funded other places, but I noticed that we had a goose egg in terms of expenses for stormwater projects in there. So I'm curious, and I know we have the I'm forgetting my acronyms, the American Recovery Money.
Say rescue plan money.
Rescue plan money, yes, thank you. And other things. So where is all the stormwater, because when I think stormwater, I'm thinking the PRP that Andy was talking about before. I'm thinking about some outlet, you know, outfall structures that we have coming up. Other stormwater, I know we talked about the Mapleville area and potential stormwater issues there, dealing with that. So and you and I have talked over the years about all kinds of stormwater issues and how we might deal with that. So can you talk about how you're looking at funding that?
Sure. Well, we have about $50,000 or so budgeted for engineering expenses associated with the work that you had mentioned regarding the reports, regarding the monitoring and what have you. So we will have in the budget sitting there $1.7 million. That is rescue plan money that is sitting there that I have not budgeted for. Now, let me reframe that I have not sat and said, we're going to spend all 1.7 million of it next year. However, once DCED through the state releases what the guidance is for how we bid, which is extremely important. We then will be able to put together a plan. This would be its own discussion with the board, I would anticipate, on whether we're going to do basin repair and retrofitting, whether we're going to do stormwater projects for low-lying areas in the township, and there's many. You mentioned one that would not have to be approved as part of this budget because it is rescue plan money sitting there. So it very well could be by the spring of next year, you all are having meetings about a handful of projects. We'll have till 2026 to spend that money to put out work for bid, whether that be basins, whether that be Mapleville or other parts of town. So that has a zero under capital projects, but that will not be a zero if we get guidance for 2022. That would be coming right from the rescue plan.
Okay, and that was my assumption, because I know we've talked so much about stormwater that we have stuff coming up. I just wanted to make sure. And then related to that, it's not in the budget, and the Build Back Better plan, all these fancy federal names for funding infrastructure projects. I'm sure it's so new we probably don't have any guidance on that yet, but I guess I'm working under the assumption that maybe we get some more funds out of that to do some other infrastructure projects that might cover roads, might cover stormwater, might cover sewer treatment, might cover, who knows what it might cover, but all those fall within the realm of
That
possibility,
would be
right?
spectacular, but I also would point out, Dan, the rescue plan money that we've used. As you know, we discussed the South Drive culvert last year that we did not fund. That is a capital infrastructure improvement that is in that budget that we've been working with Remington Vernick on, that there's a description in there. The cost of that's about $190,000 or so. So while that's not directly stormwater, I would make the argument that fits as part of that whole system that we need to upgrade. That has, those are difficult dollars to come up with every year. So this was sort of a wonderful gift that landed on us to do that culvert replacement next year.
Yeah, and I guess in terms, I know you've been looking at long-term plans, 3, 5 year, 7-year plans for various things. I would sometime this year would love to sit down with you and go over a similar plan for stormwater issues to see what we're looking at there, because I think that's sort of our sleeping demon in terms of expenses.
Listen, Andy a couple of years ago had said to me on some of these basin repairs, he kind of sat and said, you're gonna, when we start coming up with some of what these costs are, it's going to be extremely difficult. It's going to be new and big numbers, as you know, Dan. So while $1.7 million towards those things it will be a remarkable opportunity to not have to respectfully ask local taxpayers to pony up to get an aggressive campaign started where we can really get going with that money. So
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
The next, I'll keep going so we can hurry up here. The next one, special projects number 19. Really, it's just Sandy Run. I think it was at our way original budget was 700 plus, right? And then our approved budget for construction, I may be off on it, 585-ish. I don't remember exactly, but that's the number I have in my head. And then the budget now has 635, and I'm assuming that's because of the light, everything we talked about earlier that's going on, right?
Are you talking about the Woodside Road bike path, Dan?
No, Sandy Run. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You're talking about the year to date on that. Yes.
Yeah.
In the end, remember that also includes an extra $13,000 or so that we had to repave that portion of the road that came up with that monsoon that we had here a couple of months ago. That was like another 13,000. It includes the lights. We did some trimming of trees that was around the Schuyler Circle to improve sight lines. So there was some additional costs that we ended up having to bake into that number.
Yeah. I'm just not to get off topic at all, but hopefully when we go through lawsuit issues that those additional monies that we're spending is incorporated somehow, if that's at all feasible, so we can get money back on that. Because that's one of the other things that comes up is we might be able to get refunded on that to some extent. That would be great. The other one under there is the 500,000 for the quiet zone issue. We don't have. I know we got the paperwork.
Yep.
I don't know how long, year and a half ago now, 2 years ago, whatever it
Yep.
was. Haven't gotten anything back from them.
The inspector came back out late this spring because by their own acknowledgement and with COVID, it sat there and he had to get updated train counts and to do a review again. So he resubmitted that report that had the same conclusions. And I will presume again that we will hear soon. I actually had an email discussion briefly back and forth with his supervisor that's reportedly is facilitating that decision coming. So I would anticipate that to be soon.
Okay. And the hope is that we'll be able to get refunded on that one too, similar to Sandy Run. All right, these next two, when I look, the next two are, the next one, I'm sorry. I'm looking at 16, the golf fund, under revenues. This one concerned me a little bit. Because
Sorry,
when I look
you said the golf, I'm sorry, Dan, you said the
golf
fund?
revenues, number 16. I should probably have that up on my spread. I'm going off my notes versus my spreadsheet. The concern with that one, there he is. Okay. Oh, when I look at that, the revenues for various items, we're seeing revenue increases of like 120%, 150%, 47%, 117%, 250%, 83%, 85%. For a lot of activities that have historically been those food and beverage and some other things that we've had concerns about. So the numbers have jumped way up overall, to the point that I don't want to be disrespectful, but they seem inflated and a little maybe too ambitious. And it makes I don't know that they're realistic to based on how big of a jump they are for these particular items.
The revenues that we're projecting for 2022 represent about 2% more than the year-end projection for 21 overall. So if there's something in particular you want to talk about, I have Mike available, we can talk, but we're estimating year-end revenue of $3,377,000 and 2022 revenue of $3,421,000. So what is that? That's actually less than that. That's like 1.4%. I believe that's $44,000 increase over what we're expecting at the end of the year.
I'm just wondering how long golf is going to stay since it's dropped so much previous years. We're also seeing some pretty big increases in some of the expenses in terms of high double-digit increases in cost of goods sold and some other things, and salaries and whatnot. I'm concerned about that to make sure that the golf course does indeed stay profitable. So there's just a lot of big increases on both the revenue and expense side. That gives me pause. That's all.
Well, I mean, if I could, some of, as we go, as we anticipate, and we're starting to see that we're busier, which we've seen this year, you have a corresponding increase in costs. I understand your point. But, if you look across, various categories and items, if we look, we're talking, some things are sort of flat, other things, if we go to certain items where we've had to get leases for mowing equipment and what have you, where that expense might be up 30,000 over the previous year. Those things are also fluctuating. But again, I think that there would be, if you look, for example, at item 468, general and administrative, which is on page 45 of your budget, right? there's an increase in there for capital purchases next year to do some capital upgrades of $125,000 on the course next year. So, I mean, in the end, if you look at least budget year over year, there's a big increase. However, the course will now have the capability of starting investing back into itself. The board has approved over the last couple of years, bunker upgrades and what have you. And I think we'll continue to see probably a bigger annual number of probably 100,000 a year or so that we'll start putting back into the course, where we were more limited to do that in previous years.
Yeah, I guess similar to some of the other long range planning, Kurt, I'd love to see, as we start to plan those bigger, those bigger expenditures, to see what the return is on doing that. What income stream is going to come back, just to make sure they're worth it. You know what I mean? Make sure we get an ROI on it.
Dan, I'll remind you, and it's a start and consistent with what you're saying. One of the items that we're talking about creating is a golf capital reserve fund. And I know James had asked me this. James met with me about the budget, that I rename that fund Golf Long-Term Capital Reserve Fund, which we will do with the idea. And I'll just give you one that I mentioned at the last meeting was, Mike Atera has predicted for a number of years or warned that the irrigation system has a certain lifespan to it and will be $1 million+ And the idea, at least from that perspective, Dan, is if we start to set aside $100,000 a year or so, we will have enough money to pay for that. But your point is noted in the end, that what especially some of those other long-term costs may be, so we can adequately start setting money aside, so we're not scrambling for it at the last minute, is something that would be, along with the other plans that we've done, like a 5 to 10 year plan for golf capital, will be forthcoming.
I get you. I'll keep going. Question on it's fund number 11, the traffic, what do we call it? Traffic impact. Just curious, the fund balance is going up by about 44%. That's good to see, I think. What is that, Prickett, or what's driving that increase on this one?
So we received $58,000 this year. Jim, that wasn't from Prickett. That would have been from, I'll have to look and see what that is. That's going to be a discussion that we're going to have. You have these designated districts for a traffic impact fund that are supposed to be used in particular areas of town that are defined. That one of the discussions this year might be to revisit, the point of that fund is you identify needs in the township as part of a plan, right? And then when you collect a traffic impact fee, they are to be directed into those particular areas of town. This has sort of sat dormant there for a bit, that may warrant itself. And there are certain second-class township or legal rules around how that committee could be constituted, how you evaluate what those needs would be, and then specifically how you spend those dollars, that it is probably time that the township do that for when we collect those fees, that we know and have a report for exactly how those have to be spent. And that would be something I have not authorized since I've been here, spending out of that account, because I think that plan will need updated. And that'll be a discussion I was intending to have with the board this year.
Okay. The next, where do I put this? I think it's in here. What? Huh. I'm jumping around. I think it's I'm missing it on my tab here, so I'll go off my notes. I think it's fund number 9 under pool revenues. I know the one that drew my eye was a 52% increase, or $352,000 increase in membership fees for pool memberships this year. Yes. How do we? That's a big jump. And obviously we're coming out of COVID, but I think we did pretty well with memberships last year. So how do we increase our membership fees by $352,000? To me, that just jumps out at me as, wow, how do we do? It's amazing.
So as we talked about on November 3rd, what is driving that cost would be the concept in the end that to become more competitive, one of the issues that we had, and quite frankly, pools across the area had, was attracting guards. And suddenly we had this bump we won't get into the debates around what brought that out with pays, where lifeguards were no longer, we were paying $9 an hour, and there's places that are offering them $15 an hour. We had to scale we closed from 3 to 4. We had other certain restrictions when the slide would be open and what have you. So what we looked at is, where do we believe pays need to be to at least make us competitive, not just with, and they tend to be kids, so I'll say kids as I get older, kids, not just with other pools, but other options that they have, right, to make more money. So what we had done was we had come up with what is the profile of the staff that we would need to be open in the manner that people in Lower Makefield would expect. That's where we started, and we put those wage scales out there. And then what does that translate back to in rates? So those rates, as you know, we came up, Monica had presented at the last meeting. How those rates could be restructured. And there's no doubt about it. Overall, it ends up in an increase. But as she had presented, there are a number of groups, particularly those who might be on more limited incomes, that their fees would actually go down. But in the end, I'll say it, when we looked at the fee structure, the way that it was, or the membership structure, the way that it was, it would have required a 23% across the board increase to accommodate what we believe pays will be to keep the pool competitive. And Monica, to her credit, said, well, just before we unleash that on people, let's see if we can use this as an opportunity to address what people have often understandably griped about, right? So you have a family membership with a family of 7 that is paying the same fee as a family of 3. Or you have people in the end that have kids who are at college or away that end up not using that membership, that an a la carte a possibility for that would lower many people's fees. But there are some people, and there's some threshold. And I think, as I've looked at this, that we would essentially say that like a family of 4, right, would end up having a cost that would go up $70, $75. And we gave comparisons with what other pools were and what we had to offer. We believe even in those instances, the pricing is still very competitive compared to other pools that people could look at.
Yeah, I guess I'll be honest with you. I see that in its first year as presenting a fair amount of risk. And given that the pool is designed to be self-sustaining, it concerns me some of the additional expenses that we're planning on this year. Personnel, obviously, and then there's pretty good jump in some of the maintenance repair numbers. So I would personally like to look at other ways to deal with the pool management staff. And
I will say, though, if we could, I mean, to me, the staffing increase that we're talking about, if you're talking about a full-time pool manager, essentially raises the cost to the pool with a proportion that would be charged about $10,000. In terms of the maintenance of the pool, the bidding requirements that we have to paint those pools has gone up dramatically, what the cost for that would be. So it very well could cost $70,000 this year to paint all of those pools. And in the end, we have found like if we try to squeeze an extra year, particularly out of the Olympic pool, it does not look good. So we've tried to paint those. So in the end, a lot of those costs are driven by what the cost is to maintain those pools. The slides that, Dan, we've been maintaining, we're now maintaining, in my opinion, properly. We're not having an auto body shop any longer maintain the slide. We're having a slide company that certifies us, that is also good for our insurance to make sure that they're comfortable that we're trying to do these things the right way. So
no, I appreciate that. It's just like anything, the more you own, the more expensive it gets.
But Dan, the trade-off for the board is going to be, right? The trade-off for the board is going to be if we don't do something with pay, right? And I'm going to say, I mean, this year, we had the very good fortune of a couple of the seasonal workers who were working 95 hours a week. to who were the assistant managers of the pool that probably aren't going to come back, right? So in the end, the question is going to be, if we keep the wages where they are, and we end up not getting the personnel that we need. We have examples like with the county, with the Oxford Valley Pool, that they opened, I think near the 4th of July. And then if I'm not mistaken, we're only open on the weekends for a limited number of hours. And we know the way that the members reacted to having to close the pool from 3 to 4. And frankly, and I'll say this again, closing the pool from 3 to 4 wasn't just to give someone a break, which was still needed. Closing the pool from 3 to 4 was needed because we were so shorthanded to be in compliance with child labor laws and how many hours they could work. We had to close the pool from 3 to 4. So we kept those kids under the number of hours we were allowed to work them. So, I mean, that's going to be the trade-off. I hear what you're saying. I have the same concerns. It's just, I'd be more concerned if suddenly we spent $500,000 or $600,000 to fix the pool and the gutter system and the slide, and we had to cut the time that it's open by some significant degree that really impacted people's ability to want to continue to be members.
No, I understand. It's just, we have a pretty big pool system, so we can allow for a lot of visitors to use it. But when we have that many visitors, we need to staff it up to keep them safe. And it's ultimately got to pay for that. So I get it. It's just similar to you, I think, trying to figure out how to do it. Let's see. Oh yeah. Sticking with Park and Rec, I guess. Well, I get this is number 5 versus number 9. And I couple pretty big increases. I was curious about, and we see these in other funds that I may not have written down, but I made mental notes of a couple of these. Pretty large increases in contracted services. I think I saw 34% was one. I saw all the way up to 192% for contracted services. Saw some trail increases, 183%. Engineering fees are another one that I saw go up. I don't want to say across the board because that's too broad brush, but I saw in a number of instances where engineering fees went up. In this case was 27%, but that seems like a number, the level of increase I saw across a few. So could you touch on why the contracted services, engineering fees, and in the one case, I think there was only one case to trails. It was just a big bump in terms of percentage. Can you touch on that?
Sure. Contracted services went up a bit because much of the items we rolled up into the main line item that you're looking at under 451, 300. I do have a list for contracted services, which is Schedule D in the budget, where we actually go through and provide point by point which each of those items would be. So for Park and Rec, under the item you're looking at, right? What do we have included in there? We have interns included in there that we pay $4,000 in each. We have a tree service. We've had trees in the parks that we've had to increase funding for over the last couple of years of $12,000. We have wasp and bug control, $4,000. Now, that's not an increase. We've just, instead of assigning that bug service to various items in the budget to each park, we've rolled them up into that one main line item. The big item in there is garbage collection that we've rolled up to be paid for out of 05 in the account that you're talking about, that in 2021, we had it 0, and this year we have it $19,500. And that's not a new cost. It's just a consolidated cost, which drove up what that represents. There's a $24,000 budgeted increase that constitutes 19,500 of it, but it's just moving around those expenses so they're easier for staff to book those when the bills come in.
Talking about with personnel under this one, 451 versus the pool, we have an increase of $65,000 in terms of personnel budget. What is that included? Is that the new staff person primarily, or is that additional?
We have people getting raises, right? We have people getting like a 3% raise. we have 25% of the cost of the pool manager, because that pool manager essentially would be doing pool-related responsibilities. We would assume 9 months out of the year. It gives the opportunity for Monica to repurpose her. And then we would, or him, excuse me, the pool manager last year was female. And then we would have an administrative assistant that would be included in that wage as well. But you weren't part of this, Dan, but I will say, I'm happy to do this again. Real quick, full screen. Give me 1 second. If we look at, hold on. Monica, how do I get that in to go full screen? Under slideshow from beginning, right? Yep. So as an example, I'll just point this out. This is our Park and Rec department, right? And I've done some comparisons. In the end, we're not talking about the pool now, then we're talking about 05 in terms of the staff that we have. So we have currently 4 staff members, and in the end, with everything that we have and provide, in the end, it was part of what I felt, not just from a practical need and a literal need that I see and Monica and I talk about, but at least in basis of comparison, we would be going from essentially 4 full-time staff members to 6, that are essentially in the office doing programming, pool, what have you. So, 6, Middletown is a little bit, if you look, for example, of, Newtown is at 4 with basically half of our facilities and no pool and indoor facilities. I look at Northampton that has 5, 8. I don't think, at least in my opinion, that increase is not warranted, but that's where that number comes from.
Understood. Sorry, I just saw something else I wanted to ask you about. Or wasn't part. I had something. Sorry, maybe if I lost it, I'll move on. I had another thought. Can you quit? I'm looking at, it's still Park and Rec. I'm looking at, we talked about contracted services. Can you clarify very quickly, 457 and 458, Samos and Snipes. Can you clarify why those are in the budget this year?
They're not. They're zeroed out.
Well, I know they're zeroed, but why they exist? Is it because they're township properties and they may have a budget at some point, or is there a project plan for those? At some?
So
okay, that's what I assumed. I just want to make sure that was clear.
And my guess is like in some of those, like we know Snipes had a budget a couple of years ago that wasn't utilized, and Samos, I think probably as well. The Samos one probably could come out, but just for purposes of it still sitting there.
That's how I read it. I knew I was going to get the question from someone else, and I want to clarify that. Let's see. That's what I got here. Let's go to, I guess these are all in fund number 1, planning, starting with planning and zoning. Looks like we have a $72,000 increase in personnel in planning and zoning. Is that the other additional staff person that covers that?
My
414
answer to
line
that-
100.
I'm getting to the page, but the answer to that is yes.
Okay.
We also have an increase, as you'll see, in inspection fees. That's the building the building inspections company. Before we were paying much less, and quite frankly, we had service representative of the fact that we were paying much less. So we have a company now that has a very deep bench and a number of inspectors that have been turning around permits quickly. That budget. So I would tell you in the end, right now as it stands, the cost of that inspections company for everything that's going on is $25,000 a month. I did not budget $300,000 though. I budgeted $24,000 a month with the intent that we'd raise the pay of the current code enforcement officer dollar for dollar to become the building code official, where inspections, permits, the sign off of those permits, reports would be in the hand of a local employee, and the consulting firm would report directly to him with assignments and what have you, versus that being in the hands of a consulting firm. So the costs mesh out almost dollar for dollar to wash out, but that cost in the end would be the assumption of a planner that's being hired, and it would be a partial year hire for, I'll say for starting around April 1st, and then it would include 3% rate raises for the rest of the staff in the department.
So correct me if I'm wrong here. It looks like the total increase for under 414 building and zoning is about 26% or 150, almost just under 155,000, 154.8 and change.
Budget number correct, but off the year to date, off of the year end projection, it would be 118,000. And the other reason for that is remember, we switch building inspectors partway through the year, and that monthly expense, without a doubt, for that inspections company and the level of service they're giving is higher than what we had previously.
Yeah, and the software upgrades that we were talking about before, I just remember that one. That was $75K. That's in a separate. That's in a separate pot, right?
That's in special projects.
Special project. Okay. All right. And then under police expenses, I didn't see it in the spreadsheet that I made, so I'm just looking for that. No, I was looking. Where do we put the 4 motorcycles and the 4 police cars?
That's in the capital projects fund.
Okay. And how much are we spending on the motorcycles?
$120,000 for 4 motorcycles.
How many motorcycles do we have now?
4.
Are we getting all new ones?
We'll buy all new motorcycles, correct?
Yeah, the original motorcycles we still have that we bought when we started the highway unit, they're 2010. And we're constantly having them repaired and they're unsafe for riding. So we have to replace them. And the other ones are, I believe, 6 years old.
Okay.
So,
thanks, Chief.
Yeah.
And that funding, that is being paid for out of rescue plan funding.
Gotcha. Even better.
So in other words, they're budgeted in capital reserve, but the money that's being transferred to pay for them out of capital reserve is coming from the rescue plan.
Good stuff. All right.
And just in case you were going to ask, the 4 cars that we budgeted were for $210,000. Total amount for the police for 4 cars and 4 motorcycles is $330,000.
I got you.
And as I said in the previous budget, and you'll hear me say, moving forward, my strong belief is to get maximum trade-in price on vehicles, to minimize our vehicle maintenance budget. Moving forward, we should always try to look to do 4 police cars in some form or fashion every year.
I'd totally, as an aside, because I was just doing this summer, I'd be very curious to see what trade-in values are now on police cars versus years past, because used cars are just through the roof. Generally, I'm wondering if police cars fall into that too.
In the end, Dan, that may be the case, but part of the issue in the end is if you get to a plan where you have a 5-year lifespan for a police car, regardless of how the current environment is, you will tend to get more than if you end up having those cars, all beat up with 180,000 miles on them.
Oh, yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you, Kurt.
I got you. Because I mean, in the end, typically what I've seen over the years is the only places that really buy that are taxi cab companies in New York that will like the plastic seat and don't mind that they've been thrown up on 100 times over their lifespan.
I got passed by someone on the highway today driving a used police car. They got everyone to get out of their way. Let's see. Moving on to central. I believe this is central government. And we touched on this a little bit, but I'll just want to go over it again. I see these are percent increases. Traffic engineering up 33%, engineering fees up 47%. Stormwater engineering actually went down 29%. And then the legal fees, I think, were about 165K. So I'm curious on the traffic, basically the engineering related stuff, why we're projecting fairly large percentage increases for traffic and regular engineering fees.
Well, for traffic, in the end, I'm trying to put a healthy amount in there because we know we have Joe Fiacco that's asked to look at stuff all the time. So a lot of that is a placeholder. In terms of stormwater engineering, those numbers came from Remington Vernick's own estimates, which essentially we went from doing the reports on the 80 or so basins inspections and reviews that have been completed to the transition now to the pollution reduction stuff for this year that they had estimated. And in the end, right, the engineering costs for potential future projects for basins and stuff are undefined at this point.
Yeah.
In regards to the other engineering costs, I'm basing that on, we have a variety of things pending for them to look at that I would rather keep that robust, knowing, for example, there's going to be discussions about various things next year, potentially that we've talked about even as part of this meeting regarding American Rescue Plan money, sewage proceed money possibly next year, that I'd rather have money there if we need Andy to look at stuff, to evaluate things. We have that budgeted for Remington Vernick to do so.
Yeah. Curious just wondering if you have a comparison from your days in Newtown. Our legal fees per year, 165,000. That's base legal fees. That's not outside legal fees, or we had the one time 860 or whatever it was. How does the 165 compare to like a Newtown?
Newtown's legal fees are remarkably low. The hourly rate that Newtown is charged is similar or actually more than what our solicitor charges. But frankly, we have our solicitor with multiple attorneys cooking all the time with everything that we're doing. So I don't think that fee is, if you're asking me for a direct comparison, I mean, the 2020 actual was 165,000. We're estimating a year-end number similar, and then a budget amount next year. And I know Dave has indicated to me that they don't intend to raise their rates next year.
I guess the way I should ask that instead is the 165, is that inclusive of, Dave doing what he's doing tonight, like he always, doing his normal month, couple times a month kind of thing, plus his other stuff that he gets pulled into? Okay.
Everything.
That's the key.
The only thing that would not be included, the only thing that would not be included in that would be zoning hearing board work. You have work where you're doing plan review and stuff, but that would be charged to developers, and there's a lot of work there. That's always a lot going on. And frankly, in the past, when we've had sewage legal work going on as well, even pre-sale, Barbara Kirk was doing that, and that would have been billed to the sewage fund. So this would be inclusive of everything you mentioned with meetings, everything except for the things I just mentioned.
So,
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
I know that you're in the middle here, but you're coming up on an hour, and
I'm almost done, Suzanne, I swear.
thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I promise you that actually. we went from high to low numbers, so we're at the very tail end of the last fund. So I appreciate you letting me do this. So sticking with actually getting into what I wrote down as general fund, just a couple items here. The leaf assessment is now at $643,000. What does that? I might have missed it, probably missed it, but when we apply the leaf assessment to some expense, what obviously leaf assessment is sucking up the leaves like we're doing right now, right? But is that applied to anything else other than just labor going and buying the vacuums or whatever the equipment's called to do that?
The leaf assessment would apply to staff that we have in-house staff. We have temporary staff from agencies that we provide, and we have the 3 contractors that you approve every year. I'd actually argue in the end, even though it's not captured in there, that most towns would include a street sweeper as part of a leaf expense in terms of going around the streets and keeping leaves out of the basins and the inlets. That will also be applicable to when we soon come up on the need for a new tub grinder, which is getting along in years. So that's what it covers.
Okay. And then last couple, not sure what line this is on, but there's review fees here. And I just noted a couple that some percentage increases were kind of high, like wrote down 22, 50, and 150 for some review fees for, I'm assuming, permit reviews.
Dan, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Where are you at?
Still in the general. I'm in the general fund. There's a line item for review fees that I wrote down. If I could quickly find it, I would, but I don't want to waste time. There are, so 361 or number 320 under charge for services. 320 plot plan review fee went up 100.
Hold on, that's a revenue. That's not an expense.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Actually, I meant to say that. We assume that we're going to get a lot more. Do we just increase the fees, or do we assume we're going to have more volume?
Can you
or both?
I'm sorry. So I'm trying to keep up with you here. So can you tell me what the fund number is again, Dan?
The fund is the general fund, so it's fund number 1,
Mhm.
and it's 361 charge for services.
Yep.
And then go down to 320 underneath that plot plan review fee. That's just one that stuck out.
At 25,000. I think that was so we budgeted 10 this year. The year end we're expecting is just under 30.
Yeah.
Jim has trended that number to look that's not necessarily tied to something specific, but it's sort of landing in the middle of an average that we've looked at, but still below what we expect the year end. Well, the year end number, we've already hit it at 29,730. So Jim essentially took that number and knocked off 20% and put it at 25,000.
I got you. And the same would, like, not to put words in your mouth, but same probably goes for electrical permits and zoning permits.
All of that stuff was done the same way.
I figured as much.
That does not assume hold on. That does not assume a rate increase anywhere in there, Dan.
Okay, that's good. And then sort of a minor question, but I was curious because I'm under, again, fund number 1, 341 interest earnings. We're seeing in the budget anyway, we're seeing a 38% decrease in one interest earning, 000, and 007. We've got a 57% decrease in interest earnings under SBA. What's contributing to that? Is that just the rates going down?
Fixed, yep.
Okay. And and then I think you would. This is more general question that I got from some folks, and I think you addressed it in part to Fred's question earlier about in terms of having open space money. When I was looking at the bond fund, it looks like we're transferring $500,000 from that bond fund to the special projects, with $3.5 million to the sewer fund. If I misread that, please let me know. But part of that bond fund.
Dan, the 500,000 is for the potential railroad beefing up that railroad crossing for the quiet zone. The remainder of that money would be sitting there at this point. The 3.7 million would be assumed that we would have left at the end of this year. That would be available for board discussion for other uses.
Other uses, okay. So that could be.
Hold on, but in the end, if you were bringing up open space, in the end, that bond issue from that period of time has a variety of open-ended uses that would include a variety of things you could use that money for.
Okay. This is not directed at you, Kurt. It just frustrates me that we have to use bond funds to fix another issue caused by a professional that screwed up their job. So I hope hopefully we can recover that. And then I'm trying to wrap this up, Suzanne, I swear. Are we set on, the fees for outside legal services related to the sewer issues? I think it's like $860,000 for that.
Not for legal fees. So the legal
or is that professional fees in total?
860,000 from the proceeds would be all encompassing.
So PFM and Obermeyer?
Obermeyer and, in the end, some of these costs we've been putting out, like some of the title search stuff is all factored into that number. So some of that proceeds have already been paid, we'd be reimbursing ourselves for costs associated with that. But that's the number, just in the interest of full disclosure, at least that we have it. It could, we've had some additional costs as part of the sale process. We had the suit and things that weren't anticipated. So the number may actually be a bit higher when it comes down to reconciling all of those accounts, but that's the number that we have right now in there.
When do you think those will hit? I'd love to see those invoices.
When what will hit?
All of the outside costs for the sewer fees.
So, I mean, I will say, and I'm not trying to make a surprise announcement, I was going to send you all a notice. The administrative law judge today, at the end of the day, approved the sale of the sewer system. So in the end, when we would see, that would be going off to the PUC for a scheduled hearing on January 13th. Presuming that would go through, and I'm now spitballing this, we would be coordinating a closing date with Aqua that, and you can't hold me to this specifically, my guess is sometime 3 or 4 weeks later. So those costs would hit once we receive those proceeds after that point in time, not on some of them. We've been paying some of those fees as we go, as I mentioned.
But we'd get the check early enough in the year that we're not carrying any risk for that much risk for too long, because that's February essentially is what you're saying.
It is, and I'm coordinating a variety of things, including a March 1st bond payment that would be due. That I'm coordinating a closing date in advance of that to save on having to make $180,000 interest payment on one of those bonds. So that is the magical date that we need to have the proceeds before, so we would not have to make that payment.
I got you. Okay, that I think is all I have. Thank you very much for going line by line with me. I appreciate it.
So are the supervisors done then?
Suzanne, can I just have 1 minute?
Let me make sure that John and James are done, Fred's done. And yes, Kurt, you can get some water. You guys are done?
But I was going to ask at this time, if we were to vote to publish this, we couldn't make any edits to the budget in any way, shape, or form. So if that's the case, we would have to make edits now then, correct?
You have the right under the Second Class Township Code to make revisions up to, this is section 3202, up to, I'm gonna read this, any revision of the proposed budget if the estimated revenues or expenses in the final budget are increased by more than 10% in the aggregate or more than 25% in any major category, can't be legally adopted at that point. So you have the tolerance levels, 10% in the aggregate, or 25% in any major category. Now you're going to ask me, what does a major category mean? It doesn't tell us that, but I think accounting principles will probably dictate that. So you do have some tolerance within that between now and when you adopt the final budget, without having to go through the process back to square one.
Yeah, my concern is that if I were to have a change, that there might be a revision that suggests that a determination that it's above a 25% threshold, and therefore, if I were to change any one line item, I'm not sure that what the ruling would be on thresholds, correct? Who would make the decision as to whether that meets the threshold?
You know what, I can't tell you right, I hate to tell you this, it sounds like a typical legal answer. I'd have to tell you when I see it. Dr. Weiss, you were going to say something?
Yeah, and I think Kurt can confirm this. We can raise 10% on the aggregate, 25% on a line item, but there is no such restriction for a decrease. Is that? Yeah,
that's true.
So and again, it would come down to calculations. Which one are we talking about in particular, Dave?
No, John just
Just
asked
a
about-
theoretical question.
about-
John's asking if the process has changed since the last 6 years he's been on the board.
No,
Pardon me. Typically, what we've done in the past is we had workshops where we could offer up suggestions and have a chance
So
to do.
John, I know that you keep saying that, and I know that I keep telling you I don't agree with. Typically, maybe when you were on the board before the three of us joined in 18, but whatever. The budget's been published for over 2 weeks. You've had time to discuss and talk. If there's something you want to propose.
You just interrupted me.
Then I would ask you to propose it. But the simple question that I asked you before you went down this train was, are you done asking questions about the budget?
And I asked a question
A
about the
process question. You asked a process question. Are you done with questions about the budget?
I can ask questions at any time.
Of course you can, but I'm just,
Right.
there's people here who would like to ask questions. There are people on the line who would like to ask questions. So
So-
I'm not saying you can't ask about process. You can
But
definitely.
you interrupted me previously. I'm flummoxed here. as to why-
Okay, John.
Pardon?
Can I answer that question? So I will answer the question. So since I've been here, the process that Supervisor Lewis has talked about is not something we've done. We did have separate meetings each of those years. Those separate meetings, though, were in the same exact context that we did at the November 3rd meeting. So for example, last year we had a separate meeting, and it was in large part because there was a lot of things going on with the sewer sale that were discussed. So in the end, we had a separate meeting. It was about 80 minutes long, and I got 2 questions or 3. Then we moved on to the next meeting where we voted on the preliminary budget. This year, per my recommendation to Suzanne, we just incorporated it into a regular meeting, and the format was the same, but we spent about 2 hours on it, where in previous years we had spent 80 minutes or so. Now, I know in previous years, like in 17, there were workshops where department heads essentially came in, presented their wish lists and all of their things. Like Mr. Hucklebridge would be asked, and I know because I've talked to him, Greg, what's everything you need? And he would say, well, I need a pole barn building, I need 3 trucks, I need this, I need that. And then we would ask the manager if we could afford those things. So in the end, this process has been defined to be streamlined, where we work with department heads on the confines of what money we have in place, what their immediate needs are, to not essentially make department heads potentially compete against each other for limited resources. So that was the process. I've always done that. I've not had sort of open meetings where department heads go over all of their wish lists, at least since I've been here. So while we did have separate meetings, the process and the framework that we did this year is consistent with those previous years.
Respectfully, that
The
seems
point
like
I
a
was trying to
huge
make, John,
amount
was
of
that the
difference.
budget's been public for a longer period of time than it has been. And that's not, that's some great thing that we accomplished this year. It's the way the calendar fell. So, please
That
continue.
wasn't the question, though. My ask was a process question. I asked a question about what the process would be if we wanted to make edits to the budget.
I'm happy to answer that. So in the end, you have a certain parameter for changes to the budget that would be the 10%, 25% rule, that no category in and of itself can exceed 10% or 25% per individual line items. Now that can vary widely depending upon the size of those particular budgets. So for example, the police budget that's $6 million or so, you have a lot more leeway. If you had, for example, and we don't, a tax increase proposed in a budget, you could get rid of the tax increase because that's affecting it. That's not affecting it in that applicable 10 to 25% way. If you would exceed something or need or want to exceed something that would go beyond 10 to 25%, the process then would be that you would need to start this over, have another preliminary budget that would be contemplated and voted on. That would have to be done by December 10th to give you 20 days to pass that on December 31st. However, part of that budget as well has to do with taxes. It does not have to do with account, for example, with the tree bank. If you all decided between the preliminary budget and the final budget to exceed the tree budget, which is based on developer fees, those percentages are not applicable. They would be applicable per those areas where you have a millage or tax collection as part of that budget. So that would be the process and the framework for it.
If I could continue then, if I were to propose reductions above 25%, those would always be acceptable.
Yes.
Because the solicitor shook his head one way and then changed. Are we certain that if I produce reductions?
The annual, but no, I didn't change what I said. That as Dr. Weiss said, these are the changes that Mr. Ferguson talked about are for increases in the budget that, and as he stated, related to taxing sources for those categories. If there's a decrease,
yeah,
then that wouldn't be controlled by that section.
So if there was a line item that was $10,000 for minor equipment and the board decided they only wanted to spend $5,000 on minor equipment, that is a 50% reduction. It would only be if you went the other direction that those percentages would be applicable.
Can I say it another way? Because I think Supervisor Weiss and I don't know what year it was, Fred. At one point, we proposed, like, I don't know, a $250,000 reduction in Park and Rec or something like that during the process. I actually forget which way the vote went, to be honest with you, but we went through kind of like what we did tonight. And at some point, we proposed a reduction to one millage and maybe an increase in another. And we went through a couple of, it wasn't wholesale, but, and John, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think rather than the threshold amounts of how much can you do later versus how little, is if someone wanted to propose either an increase or a decrease in millage in one of the funds, or Kurt, like you said, some dollar value change, we could do that this evening. We have the opportunity to do that this evening before it's published, but after the fact, if it tell me, anyone, if I'm misspeaking here, anything that's tied to a millage later on, you can't go, that's where you get the 10 or 25% top level issue versus there's no basement on that.
Correct. So
that right?
Right, you're
The item you're
referring to
talking,
the 2018 budget where John had made a proposal and you countered it and Fred seconded it and we went in the direction of the proposal that you made. That's your memory. And that was John's budget, yeah.
I got you.
It was the township manager's budget in 2018, I believe, but yeah.
Well, it was for your bike path, but whatever, moving on.
Pardon?
it was for that bike path.
So the bike path that
So we had a year where we raised.
I
the
know, I
park and
understand. I recall the issue, the challenge I'm asking general process questions, and I apologize, but I don't recall that we would end a quorum for a meeting. But Madam Chair, if that's your style, that's fine. My concern was about having some input onto the budget. And so what you're telling me is if I want to make reductions, I can do that at a future meeting.
Correct.
Okay, as much as I'd like.
You can, sure.
Okay.
So again, I use the simple example I did of a particular line item. And in the end, if something's offset or something, they would have to be examined. But generally, yes, that is the case.
Okay. I don't understand why this is so difficult and why I get interruptions and why I get such heated response. I'm flummoxed as to why that's the case. There's a lot in this budget, right? It takes a long time to digest all of it. There isn't really much open debate around the budget. We asked questions today collectively as supervisors that all seem to me relatively reasonable if detailed. So I'm unsure why the sort of anger.
I'd like to go to public comment now. So, Mr. Rubin, if you would please come to the podium and state your full name and address.
Zachary Rubin, 1661 Covington Road. In your synopsis, Mr. Ferguson, on the first page in your memo, I understand the reason to paying off debt, to save the debt service. And if we paid off the golf course, it'd be close to $3 million saving in debt service and interest payments. However, you state the golf debt is significant because it can no longer be refinanced. Why can't it be refinanced? I'm not talking about saving the $3 million, but theoretically.
We refinanced it 11 times. It no longer can legally be refinanced.
Even though these bonds can be called?
Correct. It can no longer be. So for example, in 2018, before I started here, we did a refinance and a new issuance. That golf debt was refinanced at that time to the maximum allowable time to be refinanced, which was 1 year, which was the last time that we could stretch that payment out, because there was a period of years they paid, and this is what sort of led us here, nothing but interest for a period of years. Then when the principal became due, it was refinanced to push off the principal again. And actually, it might be 9 times, I apologize, but it no longer can legally be refinanced again.
Thank you for that answer.
And there was a point in time, and I'm happy to get it out again, where when we presented this like 2 years ago, I created this chart that was sort of crazy that showed all the times it was refinanced and how it went all the way up to the point where that was the case. I'm happy to make that available again too, if you'd like to.
No, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay.
The new hires, fire service director, community development director, planner, building code official, pool manager, and recreation administrator assistant.
Hold on.
Yeah.
That community development director is not a new hire. So there's 4 hires in the budget. Jim Majewski, who's the planner, would be essentially
Changes, okay.
without a change in pay. And the building code official is a repurposed position, but not a new hire. It's someone on staff. So 4 new
I stand corrected.
Mhm. No, it's okay.
We used to have a finance director. Who is doing that work now?
Me.
Okay. And we have the Electronic Media Advisory Council, which a number of us, not me, but a number of our members of committee watched the 6:30 meeting. We've been asking for years for a communications director to keep the website updated, the Facebook, the Twitter accounts fresh and things like that. Who is currently doing that work?
So we have a consultant that's posting things on the website that we've talked about. We have an RFP. We're talking about having an RFP as far as redoing that website, or whether that be a consultant that continue on with that. Regarding the postings on Facebook and what have you, we use the township Facebook and Twitter page more as a bulletin board than we do as an interaction. And I have several staff members that are empowered when they have items, projects, including the police chief, the public works director, and the rec director, and myself. But the 3 of those primarily who are posting items on there that they run by me as items come up.
Okay, well, I know somebody physically posts that, and that's the person you're referring to, but you're the coordinator of updating those 3 different communication sites. Is
Those
that
department heads would come to me saying, I'd like to put this or that on the page, or there's something coming up, and I would sign off on that. Yes.
correct? Okay. Now, you, in your budget, you're putting $50,000 to upgrade the website.
Correct.
Where did that figure come from?
Looking at some other towns, Newtown updated its website a number of years ago and spent about 30. I've talked to a couple of other managers, and listen, in the end, we could put an RFP out and maybe it comes in slightly more or less. That was sort of a general placeholder that I believed would accommodate upgrades into the scope and scale that we would hope to have, which is, I will say, Zach, has yet to be determined. That'll be a collaborative process to put that together.
And you'll generate that RFP. for
That
the
RFP.
specific-
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is in the end, I think that will be a collaborative process, including department heads, your committee, what have you, to put that document together. As far as the physical creation, that would be a staff member, but the contents of that will be not just me, will be people beyond my who have a much greater understanding of that than I do, including people on your committee.
Okay. And the $75,000 going to the soft grade upgrade, are you going to throw out MuniLogic?
Yes.
Okay, and you're going to replace it with some kind of more relevant or something that you think is advantageous to that. Is that correct?
Correct. And I've had Mr. Majewski and the building inspector, and quite frankly, the administrative assistants that would be using that, looking at a variety of different presentations regarding on what's out there. The $75,000 is not specific to a company, but it is a general price that we're seeing across the board for the needs that are defined that I talk about in that representation letter.
Okay, so it's more interactive. Somebody could register for pool, register for this and that.
No, that's not for pool. This would be for building permit and code related permit issues. And so there's $75,000 budgeted. And then the way that would work moving forward is all of the companies, all of them have an ongoing fee that typically is consistent with, as an example, $1 per resident on an ongoing basis. That stuff is stored in the cloud. There's upgrades and updates and what have you. So there's an initial on all of them fee, an installation fee, and then ongoing maintenance costs with moving forward that would be required to be part of that agreement. That will still go to the board for final approval before we would implement it or institute it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Mr. Pedowitz?
Lee Pedowitz, 247 Truman Way, Yardley. Madam Blundy, out of respect to the board, the meeting, I will send my comments to Mr. Ferguson and the board members for however you decide, whatever you want to decide to do with them. The only thing I'm going to ask is that every meeting we bring up the budget, it just drags on, and I'm just going to say that the board should consider maybe just having a special meeting so we can beat the daylights out of it, and that'll be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the line?
Bringing in Brian.
Mr. McNamara, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Can you state your full name and address for the record?
Brian excuse me, Brian McNamara, Other Circle, Lower Makefield Township.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Kurt, when I was on the Park and Rec, the pool always seemed to be breaking even or a little bit under. And I hope it's the case. The revenues have increased greatly at the pool to afford a full-time pool manager for 12 months. Is that what has happened? Has it been?
I don't know what the question is. I'm sorry. Can you ask
When
it
I was on the
again?
Park and Rec board, the pool line item that was always very close to breaking even or a little bit under. There was never a surplus of money coming in from the pools.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're hiring a full-time pool manager, and I guess I think I got it from you. You're going to offset the cost, or the cost would be the same because of all the overtime somebody puts in. The salaries will balance out by hiring somebody full-time versus having somebody just there for 4 months and putting in endless overtime hours. But with their benefits and all that, how does that compute into those costs?
Well, it made it
Because
go up, but I'll answer the question. So the driver of, so even since we've been here, the pool has always been the goal to have the pool as an enterprise fund break even and not rely on taxpayers. The driver of the increase in the pool, while the pool manager is an increased cost, the driver is the recommendation that we've put forward to increase the pay of the seasonal people, the guards, the head guards, the gatekeepers, because we're finding that the rates that we're currently at are not set to attract the people that we need. It was the problem that we had this year, and frankly, public pools had all over the region. So the increased costs for the pool manager, again, we were talking about 75% of the costs, 75% of the costs of that pay being dedicated to the pool. So if I'm assuming a $50,000 or $52,000 pay for a pool manager, 75% of that cost is $35,000. We've paid a pool manager for their time between $25,000 and $28,000 a year. So strictly on pay, the increase to the pool would be about $7,000. Depending upon the person that's hired, for example, I can't make a hiring decision on this. If it's a person that's single, the cost for health care and what have you are much less. If it is more than that, then, or if they have a spouse or children or what have you, then it would be more. So if you're asking me what the increased cost to the pool overall could be, maybe $30,000 or so for a full-time pool manager.
Okay, thank you. And I know when I was on the Park and Rec, Monica was working hard to have Park and Rec pay for itself with all the programs. That was great. And I've been looking at the budget while everybody's been talking, and I just had to look in deeper. Has that been happening? And I do appreciate Monica giving me a call. We had a nice long chat. You have the revenues, and maybe we took a hit, obviously, with COVID, but the day camps, the summer camps, and all that to make that department self-sufficient. Are we getting closer to that number, which I hope we are, and could be, warrant the extra full-time employee?
Well, we are getting close. I'm sorry. We are getting closer to that number. However, this is what I'd point out. It's not just the cost of programs. We have to remember, in the end, we have 5 laborers in that department. As we've expanded, we've built a dog park, we have built a community center. We have, as an example, had dedicated to us 5 acres from Regency. We have 500 acres to mow. So in the end, as much as we will work to make it needlessly reliant on taxpayers as possible. The goal will be to make it break even. The only other thing I would point out is the good news is, at least in the budget as I've outlined it, some of the capital costs that we would be looking at that would come out of Monica's budget, trails, trail improvements, things in park and rec capital, I've outlined the goal to take golf revenues that'll be positive and put $150,000 a year into the park rec capital reserve fund. So in the end, a lot of those costs for trail upgrades, playground, new playgrounds, playground upgrades, whatever you can think of, will be paid for from golfers and not from taxpayers.
Yeah, and I fully support any improvements or maintenance done to the golf course. To Dan's question about, whether the investment pays for itself, maintaining that course as a top public course is a great thing. Just going to one of your things, I know you have a lot of different funds or silos of monies around, and I just wonder if you have anything, if we're setting aside anything with the upcoming, we can all project that Shady Brook's going to be suing the township to get zoning on their property. We have McCaffrey's and Giant proposing a new development on their site. Is that something we're preparing for and putting monies away in the legal funds for those things that are coming down the road? It's not hypothetical, they are coming.
I'm sorry, putting money aside for what?
In a legal fund, because Shady Brook's going to, most likely sue the township for the master plan zoning to go in the high density zoning, mixed use zoning to go onto their property. We know McCaffrey's already put in a proposal to redevelop their site along with Giant, a combined proposal for that. I was just wondering if we're setting aside monies for legal challenges on those two issues.
I do not have in my proposed budget a set aside money for future litigation. That is not an item I have in the budget.
Okay, just think about it. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night. Is there another caller?
No other virtual public comment.
Okay, well, with that, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion carries 3-2. Sorry, for the record, Fred, Suzanne, and James were ayes, and John and Dan were nays. Okay, so the next item under the manager's report is Kohl's is asking for their hours to be extended for the holiday season.
As a reminder, last year, was it last year or the year before? Everything bleeds together. I apologize. Kohl's every year had had extra hours that was approved administratively, and that's fine, except for the fact that those hours were part of a zoning hearing board decision that were set. And my belief is that the appropriate action is for the board to sign off on those hours. And remember last year, I think we were asking them for them and we got them like a day after they had started. So I know, Suzanne, you've been pressing me since about May to make sure they got this in, which is good. And they do. So they have in here the hours that the chief has coordinated to get this letter from Mr. Catanzaro. And I believe these hours are consistent with what they've done in previous years. And we're asking for your consideration.
So we need a motion.
So move.
You have a second?
Second.
Thank you, James. Any discussion? John had his hand up first.
Yeah, very, very quickly. I have to recuse myself from this matter in all shapes and fashions. The applicant here may or may not be a significant client of the company that I work for, and I may or may not have directly worked on that account. So I've handed both on all of that. That being said, I urge everyone to visit Kohl's at the Oxford Valley Shopping Center this holiday season. It's a lovely place to shop, but unfortunately, I will not be able to enter into any discussions related to this motion, nor will I be able to vote on it.
Dan, did you have something?
Yeah, totally different. Whenever we get something like this, I always just like to ask Chief if he's okay with everything that they proposed.
Yeah, Dan, I'm fine with it. It's no different than every other year, and there's not a significant problems during the holiday season.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Any public comment? No? Okay, then with that, call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 4 in favor and 1 abstention, Mr. Lewis. Dave, Solicitor's report?
I have no specific report except Mr. Ferguson mentioned the PUC or the ALJ decision in the sewer sale. Also, as of Monday, you may recall that there was one legal challenge to the Prickett Preserve process, the zoning hearing board. That went to the trial court. The trial court ruled in the township's and the zoning hearing board's favor. An appeal was made to the Commonwealth Court. As of Monday, that appeal was withdrawn with prejudice. As of now, there are no more challenges to the Prickett Preserve, legal challenges to the Prickett Preserve project. That's all I have.
Thank you. And then I don't believe we have a zoning hearing board. Any issues? Nothing from zoning inspections. So we're on to public comment. Is there any public comment in the audience? Any public comment on the line?
No public comment on the line.
Okay. Any discussion items? No? Okay, then supervisor reports. I don't have any at this time. James?
Parks and Recs met last Tuesday, and it was a lovely meeting.
Thank you, James. Fred?
I have nothing to report.
Thank you, Fred. John?
Very quickly, the Citizens Traffic Commission will be meeting on Monday. Yes, that's Monday. It is a virtual meeting, so you can dial in at 7:30. They will be reviewing with SAFE, our traffic engineers, the most recent suggestions in terms of traffic management in the Regency area. And they will also be reviewing a recent traffic calming request from a citizen. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you. And Dan?
Most of mine were canceled. However, the one that came through the ERC, the Electric Reliability Committee, was there were some issues in Yardley Hunt that reached out to PICO through our township manager to get some feedback and some answers as to support. I'll say it this way: there was some poor communication from PICO in terms of the status of an outage and the cause of an outage in early morning hours a few weeks back in I think end of September, early October. And what came out of that, so this is great example of communicating with PICO having a positive benefit, where some PICO let us know that, I don't know if it's just because of what we're saying, probably they're hearing this from a lot of folks, but they're going to be immediate updates by next month to some of their field communication systems, their equipment. But more importantly, it sounds like by May of next year, they're going to have they're going to drastically improve their field communication so that their items are sort of belts and suspenders, so that the cause and durations of various outages will come straight from the field, and there will be areas for them where they have to fill in the cause of the outage correctly. So hopefully that will see an improvement in our communications from PICO with respect to outages, because that, as we know, that could be the most frustrating part of an outage. Obviously, not having electricity for a bit of time is not fun, but not knowing when it's coming back on or why it's off can be maddening sometimes. So I'm hopefully optimistic that we'll see some improvements in communication within the next month, and then again by the end of May. So we'll everyone keep an eye out for that.
Thank you, Dan.
Yep.
Oh, sure. Dan is saying that there is somebody on the line who would like to join public comment. So we don't really have public comment on committee reports. Go ahead, Lee. Of course, it's virtual.
Hello?
1 second, please. I'm just responding to someone in the room here.
Okay, thank you.
I believe it's 7, but it's posted on our website, so, yep. Thank you, Lee. I'm sorry, the caller on the line, can you please state your name and full address?
Yes, it's Lisa Tenney at 156 Pinnacle Circle in Yardley, PA, 19067.
Go ahead and state your
Lower
public
Bakefield.
comment, please.
Yeah, I just had a question. Sometimes things pass through quickly. So the lawyer mentioned some kind of Prickett Preserve litigation, and what was it about, and how was it resolved? And
Sure.
I believe.
He's happy to repeat what he said and try to expound on it a little bit.
Slowly and okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll revert to my Midwestern roots and I'll try to be real slow. There were, right after the Prickett process started, at some point through these land development process and zoning process, there were at one point 3 challenges. 2 of those were withdrawn and dismissed. One proceeded from the zoning hearing board decision granting zoning relief to the applicants. The zoning hearing board found in favor of the township and the developer. The challengers, it was Mr. Borda, filed an appeal to the Court of Common Pleas, which is the trial court in Doylestown. The judge found in favor of the township and the developer. And then the applicant or the challenger then filed an appeal with the Commonwealth Court, which is the first level of appellate court before the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania for appeals related to zoning and land development matters. There was to be a hearing on Monday, 2 days ago, in the Court of Common Pleas on a bond hearing, which was essentially a requirement by the challenger to post a bond as part of the appeal process. On Monday, the challenger withdrew his appeal and the bond hearing was rendered unnecessary. Hence, there are no more challenges to any part of as of now, to the Prickett Preserve process, either from a land development or a zoning perspective. And they can move forward with the project. What was impeding them at this point, given the challenge, was that they couldn't obtain all the necessary financing. The financing now is going to be available to them because of the lack of any challenges, including the bond issue and all that other kind of stuff that we just described. So that was the, okay?
Okay, so the next, some of the money is projected from that is going to be used in the new budget.
No.
Well, I think when you talked to Dan, there was money you're including for the tree bank based on wind.
Actually, that was the opposite. I asked the question,
okay.
but it was the opposite answer. And for good reason, because we didn't want to project that we'd have, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you, because, there's market issues too going forward with that project, right?
Yeah.
There's the legal issues seem to be resolved in favor of developers, but there's market issues too, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you for calling.
Thank you for the status update.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Have a good evening. So we're done again with public comment, and we're done with supervisors' reports.
Yeah.
We're done with public comment on supervisors' reports. We're on to other business.
Suzanne,
Yes, Dan.
this isn't really other business. It's really a follow-up to the caller, sort of. Do we anticipate that because of the nature of the Prickett development that we might have, I don't know if the developer would come in, but if we might have some simple presentation on the expected timeline, since it will be such a big development, where that might, and Kurt gave me a great email of just earlier today about what he thinks it might be, but if we could have a presentation just to give people some sort of indication of when the ground might be broken, when there may be construction on the streets, to keep an eye out for all that stuff. Just if that might be something feasible.
Well,
Nothing crazy, just a timeline. And
I will say that you sent me that email yesterday, Dan, and I had most of the answer, but I was waiting to speak with Mr. DeLuca this morning regarding that March date that I had given. So
yeah,
I suppose we could do that, but he fully expects that it would be March. If things in the intervening permits are obtained, it could be prior to that. And that would be obviously the groundbreaking, the grading, what have you, not necessarily physical construction or the building permits, which would be issued subsequent to that.
I got you. No, your email was very much appreciated, actually. That laid it out pretty nicely. I'm just sure there's a lot of people that are wondering how that's going to go, and that might be something to cover. Give it 5 minutes or something in the meeting in the future. That's all.
Yeah, great, thank you. I don't think we have any appointments. So with that, there being no further business before the board this evening, this meeting is adjourned. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving.